We are live.
All right, good evening, everyone. We'll now call this meeting to order. I'll ask that you all rise as you're able for the reading of the invocation. As we come together today, we recognize the great responsibilities laid upon us. Our council will always strive to understand the needs of the people we serve and to use power wisely and well. Our purpose is to establish and maintain a city of prosperity where righteousness and freedom prevails and where justice rules. We acknowledge the rich history of this land, which includes the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee peoples. Today, there are many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples who live or work in the city. The intent of this acknowledgement is to recognize our responsibility to use and take care of these lands responsibly and respectfully, while remembering the generations past and considering the generations yet to come. We respect and seek to continue to promote the longstanding relationships in this area's First Nations and Six Nations of the Grand River First Nations and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nations and the Indigenous peoples who reside within the city of Brantford. Let us not forget those who served our community and who are no longer with us, so that we can continue to do the work we must in their memories. Please be seated. Madam Clerk, can you confirm the roll call has been taken?
Through the chair, roll has been taken.
Members of the committee, any declaration of pecuniary interest to declare on any items appearing on the agenda this evening? Seeing none. Any items, we're looking for items for consideration that you'd like separated for discussion purposes. We'll start with Councillor Martin.
Yeah, item 7.1.1, the fire master plan, and 7.1.4.
Okay, both of those already separated because we have delegations. So the following items are already separated: 7.1.1, 7.1.2, 7.1.4, 7.2.7, 8.2, and 8.3. Anything outside of those? Councillor McCreary.
Chair, 7.1.5.
Do you want to separate the first part, the parquet, or the second part, the funding, or both?
The funding.
That was number 2. Anyone else? 7.8 is not separated yet. Mayor Davis?
Yeah, you zip through those so fast. I may have missed one, but 7.1.7.
I will separate that for you.
Thank you.
And I'm going to separate, anyone else? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to ask for, let's just round off 7.1.5, and I'll ask that we separate the first part of that too, the parquet stage. Okay, seeing nothing else. Councillor Van Tilburg, I believe you have the motion to approve all items that were not separated for discussion purposes.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Samwell, that all items for consideration for consent 7.1, 7.2, separated for discussion, be approved.
All right, any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Chair, if you can read everything we're voting on, and then we'll call the vote.
Absolutely. So all items that are subject to the vote are 7.1.6 Grandbridge Corporation 2026 appointment of auditor and board of directors, 7.1.8 museum funding agreement with Brant Historical Society, 7.1.9 operating considerations for the new animal services building, 7.2.1 the minutes, 7.2.2 2025 development charges reserve fund continuity report and treasurer's 2025 statement for cash in lieu of parkland reserve, 7.2.3 2025 year-end report on building permit fees, 7.2.4 sport tourism strategy, 7.2.5 human resources people master plan and KPI report for 2026, 7.2.6 inclusive city strategy annual update. And just to clarify, 7.1.3, the Brantford Accessibility Advisory Committee report is also included in that.
I'm a yes.
Thank you, and that carried on a recorded vote of 10-0. All those voting in favor are Mayor Davis, Councillor Sokoli, Councillor Sullivan, Caputo, Celeste, McCurry, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Samuel, and Van Tilburg.
All right, tonight we have 4 delegations and 2 presentations. And before hearing the presentations or delegations, I'll remind those who are in the meeting today that the following rules of decorum apply as set forth in the city's procedural bylaw. No person shall display any sign, banner, or placard in the meeting room other than materials that, in the opinion of the chair, are legitimate audio-visual aids necessary in connection with a presentation. All persons present shall use polite and respectful language and shall refrain from the use of any language or making any gesture that is disrespectful or offensive. All persons addressing council shall speak only on the subject in the debate and shall not speak to any other subject. No person shall applaud participants in debate or engage in conversation or behavior that may and disrupt the proceedings of the meeting. So we will begin with our delegations that we have registered. And first on the docket, we have Leslie Jocelyn, Executive Director of Willowbridge Community Services, and Paul Sapunzi, I hope I'm saying that correctly, Chief Administrative Officer of VG Architects. And they'll be delegating and speaking this evening regarding the Riverside Hub project. So you have 10 minutes, that's inclusive of questions of this committee. When at the bottom, at the base of the microphone, you'll see buttons. When it lights up red, you are live and ready to speak. So Paul has his on.
Do I have to press something here?
Yep, at the base of the microphone.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. The Riverside Hub responds to a growing reality in our community. Today, critical health and social services are fragmented across aging, failing, and inaccessible spaces. Demand is relentless, and people in distress are left to navigate a labyrinth of services on their own, moving from space to space, waiting and trying to hold it together while they search for needed help. The Riverside Hub offers a different path forward. It brings 11 organizations together into a purpose-built, fully accessible 50,000 square foot facility with a single point of access and an integrated multi-organization, multi-program walk-in service space that will enable more coordinated, seamless, and responsive care. An integrated hub will also redirect over $1.5 million annually in duplicated overhead into frontline services. The result is better outcomes, including reduced wait times and less pressure on emergency and municipal services. Importantly, this project is well underway. We own the site. We've completed significant technical work in preparation for formal site approval. To date, our community has already invested approximately $1 million in this project through contributions and funding. In the coming weeks, I'm pleased to report, we'll be advancing to the next phase and submitting an infrastructure proposal to the Ministry of Infrastructure. We believe the hub can act as a catalyst for a healthier and safer community. And we're committed to working with the city staff to identify meaningful opportunities to align city priorities within the hub. We hope that you will join us to learn more on April 30th at our upcoming community engagement session. But first, I'd like to turn it over to Paul. Paul Sapunzi is one of our many architects from Plus VG, and he's going to talk to us a bit about the design of the facility. Over to you.
Thank you, Leslie. Good evening, everyone. Riverside Hub is a 4-story mixed-use social service facility supporting diverse community-based social service and healthcare organizations. Envisaged as a centralized, accessible resource, it brings essential programs together. fostering collaboration, inclusivity, and improved service delivery. Located within the Brant Avenue Heritage Conservation District, the building responds with sensitivity to its context. Strategic setbacks articulate the massing at each level with vertical datums drawn from adjacent heritage structures. This approach integrates the building into the streetscape, mitigating perceived scale and maintaining continuity with the surrounding form. Materially, the facade is composed of balanced presence and restraint. A stone base references historic masonry building, anchoring the structure. Above, increasingly transparent glass facade at the upper street levels reduce perceived height and create a lighter public expression. The facade's architectural language draws from the everlasting tree wampum belt. Panelization and rhythmic material variation reflects its beadwork, translating symbolism into contemporary expression and reinforcing themes of gathering, protection, and unity. The motive continues in rear structural elements facing the river. A rooftop convention and community space provides flexible indoor terraces and panoramic views, supporting events and gathering spaces. I'd like to say also that Brian Porter of Two Row Architects, which is this nation's prominent Indigenous designer, is part of our team, and he has been integrating many important elements of our Indigenous roots. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have many partners here with us today. If you like, they can stand up so they can be acknowledged as well.
We have no questions from the committee. I don't see any. So thank you very much for your presentation. We'll discuss this shortly. Our next delegation is Mr. Chuck Beach. He'll be speaking to item 8.2, which is the naming and protection of the new forest in the city natural area. Chuck, you're no stranger to the podium there, so you know how to turn on the mic, I'm sure. And you have 10 minutes inclusive of questions.
And yep. I believe there's a PowerPoint presentation. Well, first of all, thank you so much for allowing me this opportunity to speak to you tonight about a project that has been an important part of my life for some time. And that is the new forest in the city area. And this speaks to item 8.2 on the agenda. I'd just like to give you a brief history, some updates, and talk a little bit about biodiversity. So in the fall of 2011, an urban forestry person, Brian Garrett's representing the city, and myself representing the Brant Tree Coalition, we're trying to figure out a place to plant trees for the following year for a community tree planting event. And so we looked at a map of the city, and what we honed in on this Google map from back then was a property that was on the southwest corner of Garden Ave and the 403, and it looked like this. And what we learned was that the area had been farmed since the 1850s, and there were 3 creeks on the property. And subsequently, we learned that the creeks had fish in them, small ones, sticklebacks and chubs, but that was a good sign. And so we thought this was a good place to plant. And we also learned that the city bought half the property in the 1970s and the other half in the 1990s to create Bonita Phase 9 Industrial Park. And so we came to City Council in spring of 2012, and we said we'd like to have a 5-year plan. we're gonna create a new forest in the city. We're gonna plant 50,000 native trees and shrubs, 10,000 trees a year. We're gonna do it mostly during Earth Week. It'll be a major environmental restoration opportunity, and we might put a path in there too. And the city said, and we brought that to city council, and I wanted to tell you that city council, we told them we'd also pay for all this. And city council in their wisdom thought it was a good idea. And so what we learned is if we stayed within those green hash marks, we could plant trees. And the reason we could plant trees in there was undevelopable land. The steep slopes and the creeks made it impossible to develop. And this is what it looked like back then, overgrown grassy fields. And so we started a program. We used to have different people planted all over the city, but we focused everybody here. And this would be a typical year at the New Forest, and I chose 2014. And the first thing is the Pauline Johnson E3 class came to do a cleanup of the area we're going to be planting. We had a high school event, a public event, a Rotary Club claim, TD. We had TD Tree Days in the fall for the TD employees, and what the TD folks paid for in trees but couldn't plant, we had a group from North Park, some students. So this is, you know, been a farm scene since the 1850s. There was a lot of stuff. So this is the E3 class. And they also put up bird boxes. And today, actually, there's 37 out there. And they're for this critter, tree swallow. As we've taken away areas of natural habitat, we're providing an opportunity for the tree sparrows to breed and giving them a home. So there's 37 out there. They're cleaned out annually by the Brantford Nature Club. And they're returning right now from winter in Florida and the Caribbean. And the kids also did some staking of willow and dogwood in the tree bank. That was the high school tree plant. We encourage them not to wear their good running shoes. And we always tell them roots down and we hope for the best. And that was, then we had the public tree planting and the public came out, which was great. And in the fall, we had the TD Tree Days. And as I mentioned, they pay for the trees and sometimes they don't get them all in. So we had the North Park collegiate students come out and finish it off. And so where are we today? There are over 74,200 native trees and shrubs planted. Past system is mapped out and maintained by the city. 5 permanent bridges have been installed in the spring of 2015. And as build it and they will come. It's an old movie. Field of Dreams. Thanks. And so it has happened. And this is the actual color-coded maps advising where we actually planted in the different years. And I had a friend who got lost. And he said, you know, you really need a map. And so we created one. And this is just new in the last year. My friend's smarter than me. He's a physics professor at McMaster. And he created this, not to be accurate, but rather in the spirit of the 100-Acre Woods and Winnie the Pooh. And so we put in the bridges. I took this picture in October of 2021, so 9 years later, and stuff was happening. 3 years later, I tried to take the same picture from the same spot. And what you see is what we envisaged, what the original dreamers were in the Brant Tree Coalition was starting to take fruition. And then we had this in the fall of 2021. And so I put up a trail cam and found the culprit there on the left. And then a coyote. This is the trail cam in one spot, and then a coyote dropped by, and then on the left you see the eyes of the raccoon, and on the right a bunny rabbit. This was interesting. On the upper left-hand corner, that's an American woodcock. I was there with the students from the Pauline Johnson E3 class. We were that close to that bird and it would not move. On the right, red-winged blackbird. On the left, we have a killdeer egg, and they're an interesting bird. They always lay their eggs in the middle of a gravel and not hidden. I don't know how they survive anyway. And on the right, of course, we had buried deep within the grass is a mallard duck nest. And then this, can you see anything? How about now? So there are two types of snakes at the New Forest, and one of them being the garter snake and the other one being Mississauga rattlers. I'm kidding about the Mississauga rattlers. It's a DK brown snake, about 6 to 8 inches long. And can you see anything on the left? Maybe you can, maybe you can't. It's a praying mantis. And on the right, if you look in the upper right-hand corner, we open the bird boxes every year and clean them out. And that's a field mouse trying to make the bird boxes home. This actually happened about 2.5 weeks ago. I saw one of these at the forest. It's a mink. So I'd like to talk a little bit about biodiversity, and that's the wealth of the different species in a given area. Christian Bible said that God created man in his own image, and then God said, let us make man in our own image according to our likeness. They will rule the fish of the seas, the birds of the sky, the livestock, the whole earth, and the creatures that crawl on the earth. Well, how have we done with that? What do you think? How have we done with that? We're really good, eh? Well, according to the United Nations, biodiversity loss demands urgent global action. Biodiversity loss is a global crisis no nation can ignore, and yet humanity is destroying biodiversity at a lightning pace. World Wildlife Fund, their study reveals a 73% decline in global wildlife population since 1970. This is a intergovernmental committee that every year or every 5 years puts together a study, and they say 23 species in Canada are no longer here. Cornell University, this is the go-to university if you're a birder. Globally, it's the go-to university. In North America has lost nearly 3 billion birds since 1970, a staggering 29%. My ask, support Councillor Carpenter's motion later to officially name the new forest in the city, name it the new forest in the city natural area, put up appropriate signage to protect it and advise people what's going on, and enhance biodiversity in Brantford. Thank you very much. Are there any questions?
We actually don't have time for any questions. We've just exceeded the 10 minutes.
Thank you.
I thank you very much. I'll now call up Chad Martin and Stacy Bester speaking towards the Brantford Poppy Project. You'll have 10 minutes. That's inclusive of questions from the committee. And when you're ready to begin, you'll just see at the base of the microphone 2 buttons. Just push one of them. And when it lights up red, you're ready to go.
There we go. Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, councillors. My name is Chad Martin, and this is Stacy Bester. This evening, we, along with a large number of people behind me, come before you representing the Brantford Poppy Project. What started as a neighborhood project with a desire to find a small but meaningful way to honor those who served and made the ultimate sacrifice from the Brantford Station neighborhood has turned into a citywide initiative. The goal is to bring together community members, makers, and volunteers to create an impactful display of handmade poppies where residents and visitors can pause, reflect, and remember the sacrifices made by those who served our country. In 3 short months, we have already had over 100 community members offer assistance in knitting and crocheting poppies, with many more joining us at numerous workshops we have organized with partners such as the Dunstan Legion, Brant Historical Society, Brantford Public Library, the Navy League, and numerous neighborhood associations. In less than 6 weeks, we have already collected over 1,500 poppies, meaning our goal of 10,000 is very achievable, if not going to be well exceeded. Each poppy made is unique in its own right, just as every person, every story, and every experience that we hope these poppies will represent. What we come here to ask for is your assistance in making this vision a reality. While we are actively seeking sponsorships, donations, and grants, none of those are guaranteed. We don't see this project as a once and done display. We see this as something that will continue to grow and evolve year after year. While we have tasked ourselves with a primary goal for 2026, we also know that we must do all we can to ensure that this cause has a strong and sustainable future within the community for many years to come. While some may say it's just a ball of yarn, it really is so much more. Approximately 650,000 feet of yarn will be needed to create 10,000 poppies. The netting to form the final displays, the installation costs, the cleaning, the maintenance, and even storage are all costs that are involved with this project. All in all, we estimate that we will require a minimum $10,000 or $15,000 to simply manage the goal of 10,000 poppies. However, as I mentioned, we fully expect to exceed that number and know the cost will be much higher. As I prepared my remarks for this evening, I scoured letters written by the men and women from Brantford who served in the First World War. I'd hoped to find some poignant quote to drive home the meaning of this project, but I had to stop and reflect. Not just as someone who has had the privilege of living a life without the devastation of war, but as a parent of 2 children currently the same age as those people who wrote the letters home. The sheer thought and impact of their words rocked me to the core, with the fear and worry a parent would have to endure as their child wrote words such as, "There were lots of our boys killed and wounded, and I tell you there will be more to come. The artillery got ranged and mowed them down by the hundreds. Their losses are shocking. The slaughter is dreadful." This project isn't about patriotism or waving the flag. This is about creating an enduring message to anyone who sees the poppies row on row, to take a moment to pause and truly be thankful for the sacrifices of others. So again, I thank you for allowing me to speak this evening, and we hope that you're willing to support us in making the Brantford Poppy Project a reality.
Thank you. And we do have a few questions for you lined up, so don't run away too quickly. Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you both for coming. Really appreciate seeing you here for this great cause. Chad, can't say enough about Brantford Station and everything you guys have done, and look what it's gone to now. So thank you very much. I do have a couple of questions. Where would you be displaying the poppies that are going to be made here during this process?
Initially, our proposal was to surround the current war monument. However, we've had some pretty extensive conversations and discussions about that, and we feel the impact would be more significant if we could spread it throughout the city. So there are areas such as the armories, the IODE monument in Tom Thumb Park. There's the Peace Tower at Grace Anglican Church. The Bell Memorial is a perfect example. Not many people realize that Cyril Kinsella was a Brantford resident, and he was injured during the First World War, and he was Allward's model that he drew to be the center bronze plaque of the Bell Memorial. On top of that, City Hall. There's schools, there's museums, there's countless locations where this could be. And we truly feel that if we could spread this throughout the community, it'll take that much more impact and more people will see it and recognize it and have that moment of reflection.
Is there anything you need from us to achieve that goal?
It's finances when it comes down to it. As I mentioned, we're seeking grants, we're looking for sponsorship, but none of those are a guarantee at the end of the day. So when it comes down to it, as I said, we're looking to hopefully achieve a minimum $15,000. Unfortunately, I shouldn't say unfortunately, Our problem is we know we're going to exceed that goal of 10,000 poppies, so that 15,000 won't even be enough. We know we're going to have to purchase more nets, and then continually throughout the evolution of this project, the costs will continue, so we can continue spreading them.
So I guess it's leading to my next question, which is basically the vision that you had when this whole thing was started. What direction do you see this project going into the future? How big do you think this can get?
Really, when it comes down to it, the sky's the limit. It depends on, how quickly those fingers behind me can produce poppies. But when it comes down to that, we know that even with knitting and crocheting, this is something that's accessible to everyone and anyone. It doesn't matter who you are, where you're from, what your abilities are. We've also designed a wool felt version of the poppy that can be made by school children or someone that doesn't have the dexterity capabilities of knitting or crocheting. So one hope is that we can continue expanding into schools so children have not only the opportunity to feel the pride of participation, but also learn about those sacrifices of our community members and our ancestors, truly. So really, it goes far beyond any expectation. And again, when we sat down and came up with this proposal a few months ago, it was just for our neighborhood. And already it's expanded vastly beyond that, that we never expected to happen.
Thank you. Thank you yourself. Thank you to your group of individuals, everybody who's supporting this. Thank you, Stacy, as well.
We do have a few people in queue, so keep that in mind, but Councillor McCreary, you're up next.
Chair, thank you. Welcome, folks. It's good to see some of you keeping busy. If Councillor Martin wanted to crochet or knit poppies, is there an online resource or a group that he could be in touch with to be able to help him do that?
Absolutely. We actually have, thankfully, this concept isn't unique to Brantford. There have been communities across the country that have been doing this, and there have already been online tutorials created, which we do offer on our website.
Okay.
On top of that, we're actually offering a vast range of workshops throughout the summer and the fall. And in fact, we have one on Thursday that everyone is welcome to come to at the Dunstan Legion, starting at 5:30. It's drop-in, but also on top of that, we have numerous workshops where we have volunteers that act as mentors and assist people. Just the other day, we did a workshop at the Brant Historical Society, and there was a person never knitted or crocheted before. They came in and they started working on one, and as soon as they finished it, there was a cheer and an uproar of everyone sitting at the table, and they didn't know each other, an hour before. So it's something that it's amazing how this has become a community building thing. And so anyone, like I said, and everyone is able and capable of doing something.
So we could find that resource on your website, which
Absolutely.
is?
We don't have a dedicated URL, but if
Okay.
you search Brantford Poppy Project on Google, you will
Okay,
find
so Brantford Poppy.
and the money will help for us to get a proper web domain name.
And you're not shy about accepting more money?
We are not shy about it one bit.
Okay, what a great project. Thanks, guys.
Councillor Hunt, did you have your hand up? You're up then. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for coming. And what a great project. You mentioned storage and cleaning. So I'm assuming that if we were to support it, obviously in 2026 for 15,000 poppies, that we might have 20,000 poppies in 2027. So this isn't like a 1 year, one and done thing. So storage and cleaning, that's an expense that nobody would really think of. I mean, yarn to make the poppies is one thing, but if it's outside in the elements, especially in November. So what would you estimate the storage and cleaning cost to be? And then I guess the second part of that question is who's going to be responsible for doing that?
So in all honesty, we've never done this before. So we don't know how much it's going to cost for the cleaning. Naturally, it'll be primarily volunteers that are conducting that cleaning. And with all hope that, that we don't have too bad of weather that we have to do too much. When it comes to storage, the netting and the poppies will be stored in secure bins. Fortunately, we have a wonderful relationship with the Navy League, who has offered to store them. Now, the other hope on top of that is we won't have to store them very long in theory. With the partnerships that we're developing with the various museums, galleries, schools, the Legion, armories, the military museum, etc., they can all make use of those poppies in the time periods that it's not on display. So the hope is that this, in theory, could become a year-round display at multiple locations indoors where it's safe and not getting faded by the sun or getting dirty from plants and rain and what have you.
Chad and Stacy, thank you very much for coming and presenting on this. We well exceeded the 10-minute timeline, but I thank
Sorry,
you very much.
I tend to do that. I apologize. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next delegation is Terry Howard from Brantford Blessing Center, and he'll be delegating, speaking towards item 7.1.4. You'll have 10 minutes, and that's inclusive of questions from this committee. Do you know how to turn the microphone on there? There's a button at the bottom. When it lights up red, there you go. When you're ready.
Thanks, folks, for having me. More details will be coming out later on, I believe, but the proposal is I'm from the Brantford Blessing Center. We are a not-for-profit. I think I recognize some faces up there that have been to our center. Basically, we feed in the city. Anyone that's living with some food insecurity, they can have a free meal every night, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. We do that already as a hub, and the city is proposing that we expand that hub and to make it a focal point that more can get involved in. Because we've already been operating as a hub for the last number of years, it really makes sense for us to work together. I know Brantford works better when we do work together, and I think probably this is the last piece of this puzzle that we've worked with local high schools, we've worked with local industry, we've worked with, I think, almost sports teams. We've had teams from banks. We've had lots of people come and help us do that. And it takes a community to do this. So we have small grocery stores, and we have small bakers, and we have large national grocery stores and farmers that provide us food through a food rescue program, keeps the cost in balance. And so there's just an element here where the city gets a chance to be involved and help us do that better. And we are quite excited by it. So that's pretty well all I have for you. I can tell you that we've been doing it for 40 years, so we have some experience in doing it. But if you have any questions, I'll answer your questions.
Well, as luck would have it, we do have someone who wants to ask you a question. Councillor Carpenter, you have the floor.
Thank you for what you're doing. I've been there firsthand, so I know 40 years, but you've got a list of volunteers on a regular basis that are diehard volunteers. What is the number of your volunteers? Any idea?
Yeah, we have, actually, I'll tell you a little, we have about 150 volunteers that operate now. We needed a few extra because we've been trying to expand our service a little bit. And we put out a post on our Facebook page for more. We had to turn it off. We just, Brantford's a good city. There's people, they like to stand up and say, what can I do? And it doesn't matter whether it's a lawyer or an accountant or whoever. I can give you a little story. I'll give you a little story. Costco is one of our providers of rescue food. And they decided that they wanted food to stay in town opposed to going out of town. And so one of the processes from the health unit is that all food has to be transported, all frozen food has to be transported frozen to a frozen situation. So that means that we have to be able to transport that frozen. So And we are volunteer-based people that, you know, go with their Honda Civic up there to the places and pick up something and bring it back. And so we needed $50,000 to get ourselves a truck that we could move stuff in a frozen state. And, you know, I was sharing that with our MPP. And he looked at me and said, I just spent 2 days working on a $6 billion project with a hospital. Is that certainly what I was sharing is that our food cost is about $4.20 a meal, and to provide a meal. The actual food cost is about 85 cents. And the reason why it's 85 cents is because we rescued this food to come into the program. And so when you work really efficiently, other people in the city says, what can I do to help you do that? And S.C. Johnson stepped forward and said, we'll buy you that truck.
Awesome.
So that's gives you an idea of what can happen. And that happened just over the weekend, 2 weeks ago. So now we have a truck that we can travel around and pick up food and bring it in a way that's good for our volunteers. It's good for the people picking up the food. It's good for the our waste management. It's good everywhere. So again, I started off with this process that when we work together, we do much better together.
And one more follow-up question. Other groups can come in and help cook or provide food if they want to provide a specialty meal. That's something that's available for the community to do as well, is it not?
Yes.
And they do that quite often.
Yes. Yeah. Listen, it's every night there's a different group.
And so now you have a bigger partnership and a bigger role to play with the city in this involvement, this resolution today.
Yes.
Thank you very much for what you do for the community.
Thank you. Counselor Martin, you're up next.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I've had some complaints from some of your neighbors about some of your clientele causing problems in the neighborhood after they have their meal at your place. Is there anything you can do to help alleviate that as this program goes forward?
Yeah, I've heard those complaints too.
Yeah.
There are a couple things we're doing. We had just recently purchased the building. And so what we hope to kind of contain ourselves a little bit more. We are a feeding minister. We don't have any control, and I don't have to tell you that you look on every corner, there's someone that's asking for food. And you know, the drug situation is bad too. And it doesn't matter where we seem to be. They like us, but they like us to be in someone else's neighborhood. And unfortunately, that's not the case. So our whole goal is to probably put up some privacy walls so that both the people that come to eat can have some privacy, because they live in plain sight all the time. And they are people, they're a community. So we hope to do that. And we hope to work with the community a little bit more on spring cleanups and things like that. But most of the problem really is with the drugs. And pretty hard to speak to the drugs. You know, they have the best intentions, but if you have an answer, we're interested.
Well, we'll try to keep the conversation.
I wish I had an answer for you, but I don't.
Let's keep the conversation geared towards what we're here to discuss this evening. Counselor McCreary, you're up next.
Sure, thank you. Welcome. I wonder if you could provide us with a brief overview of what this additional funding is going to do for you.
Well, first of all, it's a trial. And I think the funding is only part of it. I think that will cost us actually more than this funding to do this. So we are already an existing program and have some things in place as it is now. But what this funding will be, there's a cost to it. It's not free. And, you know, when I talked about $4.20 a meal, 85 cents being food, there's cost of insurance and cost of gas now in the truck, and the truck has to be insured every year, and the truck has to be inspected every year. There's a cost to everything we do. So even though this will be a trial program, the clientele that we take care of needs some consistency in their life. And where there might be some holes in this program, the Blessing Center plans to fill those holes. If someone is coming to eat, we want to make sure they have a meal. And if the idea of it is that other pop-up organizations around the city will come to one spot to do this service. But I have no control on whether they come on this day or not. But we are going to train these people to come on this day to get a meal.
The resolution speaks to supporting garbage collection and disposal. Could you speak to that? That's the direction
Yeah.
of the $10,000.
What kind of happens? Two things happen, and also security. What happens here is that they come and they leave stuff, and they leave a lot of it. And unfortunately, they will even cook up something and stick it in their arm, and then they leave even more stuff. And they all come with a shopping cart. So, we often get stuff left around. And and it's not every client that we have, but we do talk to them about being good neighbors. And we often, as in leadership on this, ride the streets too, just to see how big of a problem it is. We do our own cleanup every day, but if we're going to increase this service to now more meals, then there will be a greater cost of garbage removal. So your problem is this: I can get my little ladies in their Honda Civic to put a garbage bag in the back seat and take it home, or now we can put a dumpster there. And you put a dumpster there, then the neighbor could come and dump. So there's a cost to that. There's a cost. Bible talks about this. Someone mentioned that earlier. I wasn't going to, but the Bible says count the cost. There's a cost to this, and what we try to do is bring that level down to a reasonable cost, and we deliver services, I think, better than anyone. What would it cost you to? We have free labor, and we have donated food. We have it as low as we can get it, but we can't absorb a trial run. So we need your help. We need your help to do that. We need your okay. And if you're okay, we're going to do our part to make that as successful as possible. And I think from my 26 years of working on this, that this is a smart move for all of us to make. I think we'll be able to service this clientele much better. We'll be able to offer them more services, and that's what they need. They need help. And I think, what kind of city are we if we don't help the ones that need the help the most, right?
Thank you very much for the presentation and for answering the questions. We've just exceeded the 10-minute timeline for this, but thank you very much. We're going to be discussing this item shortly. All right, committee, that concludes our delegations, and we're going to be moving into our two presentations that we have on the agenda this evening. So speaking towards item 7.1.1, the Fire Master Plan Report, we have Tim Beckett and Debbie Higgins from Bear Integrated Solutions, who will be giving a presentation. As a reminder, you as well will have 10 minutes. That's inclusive of questions from this committee. When you're ready, at the base of the microphone, you'll see buttons to turn on, and
Perfect.
all yours.
There's the presentation in front of us. Madam Chair, members of council, thank you very much for the opportunity to present the master plan. My name is Tim Beckett, Senior Advisor with Bear. With me is Debbie Higgins, also a Senior Advisor. And online we have Isaac Commandante, who is the project manager on this. So the master plan itself, it was a 6-month process. We examined every aspect that we could of your fire service. We worked through a master plan process that was a roadmap that included the development of a community risk assessment and looking at risk mitigation strategies to assist us in the development of such. The community risk assessment is now in compliance with the regulation 378-18 with the province. So you can check that one off your list. We did very much a consolidated process that included a community tour. We looked around at all your infrastructure, fire stations. We did targeted interviews with senior staff and key operational staff, online firefighter survey, and we did municipal comparators as well. Really what we wanted to focus on was a risk-informed service plan, really risk-based delivery. Looking at building a safer community through the 3 lines of defense, and just quickly the 3 lines of defense being that of public education, your fire prevention, and the aspect of emergency response. Really all those services starting to align with the community risk that were identified in the community risk assessment. And with the overall goal of building a resilient and sustainable fire service for the city. Each one of the program specific areas that we looked at, we identified strategic objectives that we tried to touch upon. And we came up with 29 observations with 35 key recommendations. We've assigned a time frame to each one of those. But one of the things that we want to express is the fact that this was a point in time that we looked at many of these things. So there's an opportunity, as you know, based on the growth patterns, your fiscal conditions, you may want to accelerate, or you can actually push them out depending on what the situations are over the next 5 to 7 years. When we start to look at each one of the areas, driving continuous improvement around administration, a lot of very minor work there. The chief and the leadership team can address many of those recommendations. Some of it is about amending the establishing and regulating bylaw, very minor revisions in there, and looking at succession planning and leadership development opportunities. In public education, again, utilizing the findings of your community risk assessment to put targeted public education programs in place to identify the risks, using the aspect of GIS to inform your program. And we've talked about putting an additional fire educational vehicle in place to help assist that program. Fire prevention, really about a proactive inspection program here, aligning with industry recommendations and best practices, targeting your highest risk areas first. And this looks at addition of 2 fire prevention inspectors over a 2-year period to support both existing and future programming needs that were identified within the plan. Emergency management, really the focus was about utilizing technology to put a greater focus on your emergency management. The big area, emergency response and operations. We really did a deep dive in the addition of Station 5 and additional crews identified for this station, as identified in a previous station location study that we did. And that looks at between a period of 2027 to an opening of 2032, starting to look at hiring those staff and building that station with the opening in 2032. We had addressed the aspect of a phased-in approach planning for Station 3, realigning Station 3 into the north area of the city, and that has a time frame of 2032 to 2035, a little outside the scope of this master plan, but we wanted to make sure it was identified as a need and get it on the list now. We looked at the identification of additional units at Station 2 and Station 4, and those in 2028 for Station 2, and a phased-in approach for Station 4 in 2034. And also recommended to enhance your technical rescue capabilities phased in over a 5-year period. When we look at training and development, it's about staffing an additional training officer with the additional technical rescue, and also with the aspect of increased staffing, and start to look at future capital for purpose-built training facilities over the next 2 to 3 years. Communication and dispatch, really about kind of a status quo look with adding some performance measurements in there. And then when we get into capital assets, all your infrastructure, really about future station to align with industry best practice, exploring a apparatus maintenance and facility feasibility. The piece there is you're working out of the current headquarters, and with the growth of your apparatus and the need there, you need to look at a bigger area. And then look at upgrading your existing stations to meet the health and safety needs around fitness, retrofitting, and the relocation of some of that stuff.
Very much a technical report, very high level synopsis there of the report, but happy to answer any questions.
And we do have a few questions for you, Mayor Davis.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Beckett, through you, Madam Chair. To you and Debbie, a very thorough and complete assessment and a very detailed plan. But I got a couple of questions for you. So for the viewers, you mentioned Station 3 being relocated and there being a need for new Station 5. So first of all, where's Station 3 now and where would it go? And where would this new Station 5 be? And what are the timelines for those two stations?
So looking at, we'll start with Station 5, it being the first station that we're suggesting. And that will be in the, out towards the northeast part of the city. I don't have the exact street names, but we've identified some areas there through the station location study. And the timing on that is for an opening in 2032.
Okay, that's a brand new station.
The relocation of Station 3 is to look at moving it further north, up north of Wayne Gretzky Parkway.
Where's Station 3 right now?
Station 3, Chief.
Through the chair, 7 Linden Road.
Okay. I mean, I know where it is, but I just want the viewers to know. Okay, so where would that go?
So then we're looking at moving it up to the growth area that you're going to be up Wayne Gretzky Parkway at the very north tip of that. Looking in that general area. And that's identified out into, 2035. So a little outside of this, but we wanted, from a planning perspective and all that, we needed to make sure that it was put on the map for you.
Okay. In terms of cost comparisons, I'm used to police and police were looking at cost comparisons on a per capita basis, a number of different communities. And you've done that here, such as comparing this with Ajax, Pickering, Peterborough, Cambridge, Whitby, Guelph, and St. Catharines. And the cost per capita looks to be the third highest for Brantford of that grouping of 8. That's page.
You know what? Do you have the page on that?
15, the 15 executive summary.
We're just pulling it up.
Yeah, I think it is. But my real question to you, the one that I'm interested in is, if this is about the only cost per capita analysis, per capita comparison to municipalities, what about personnel per capita, the incidents, the number of incidents and calls per capita, and also the response times per capita? Why? I didn't see that in here. Why would not?
So that's actually located further back in one of the appendices. It's all laid out, the full comparison that we did with all the different municipalities. So in one of the appendix at the very end.
I tried hard to find it, but there's like 500
It's a very
pages.
technical report.
Perhaps you might be able to tell us where we might find that. You may have some other questions. You can give it to us later.
Appendix C, C1, right at the very back.
Okay, thanks.
So,
and I think it should have all that information that you're looking for, the number of staff, that aspect.
So we've already exceeded the 10 minutes, but we do have both the, why is the word not coming to me? The staff, we have both staff and the architects available to us, or sorry, the consultants available to us to answer questions while we're discussing. So if it's okay with the committee, I'll just keep the queue. There were quite a few of us looking to speak. I'll keep that queue and we'll cycle back to this during the discussion portion. And for the viewers at home, this is a 300-page report, so we're not going to get through it in 10 minutes. So I don't want to give it the time that it deserves. So I thank you very much for the presentation. Don't go anywhere because we are definitely going to need you in a little bit. Thank you very much. Now, up next, we do have one more presentation. That's Joe Muto, Director of Economic Development, Tourism and Cultural Initiatives. And we also have Aisha Godbout, who's the Administrative Coordinator. And you'll be speaking to our Economic Development Year in Review. And then we're going to take a little break after this delegation.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Joe Muto, Director of Economic Development, Tourism, Culture Initiatives. Thank you for this evening. I'm here with Aisha Godbout, the Administrative Coordinator for our department. Before Aisha starts on our Economic Development Year in Review, I want to acknowledge the department behind it. Many of who are here this evening at the rear of council chambers, this dedicated group of professionals are responsible for a wide variety and range of portfolios, with one in common: to promote what Brantford has to offer to our residents and visitors, and to create a city that our investors, community leaders, and residents are proud and confident in. 2025 brought an ever-changing landscape with our southern neighbors, and locally our downtown began to a much needed revitalization that affected many of our local businesses and partners. Through it all, this team showed up with boots on the ground to hear the needs of our community and connect them with the support that they need to succeed here in Brantford. With that said, I'll turn it over to Aisha to share some of those success stories from last year.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you, Mayor and members of council, for hearing our presentation today. I have the privilege of highlighting the incredible work of my colleagues, excuse me, over the last year. The report you're receiving today provides a comprehensive look at the full range of activities completed by economic development, tourism, and cultural initiatives in 2025. The 2025 Annual Year in Review newsletter, which you have in PDF form, will be made available in print, as it has in past years following this meeting. This is a tool that is meant to be used by council, staff, and partner organizations to share key initiatives of this department and what can be accomplished when we work together. We know that Brantford is growing. 17,000 jobs were added to the Brantford economy in 2025. Hold on, my slides are not. There we are. Thank you. 17,000 jobs were added to the Brantford economy in 2025, and the 1,400 acres of expansion lands under preparation are a necessary and exciting opportunity to support the growth of our local population, as well as provide jobs to the people who choose to make Brantford home. In answer to trade partnership uncertainties with the United States, economic development staff worked with Research FDI to develop a foreign direct investment strategy that targeted markets and partnerships outside of North America. In 2025, this led to a trade mission to Anuga Food and Beverage in Cologne, Germany, where Mayor Davis and Joe Muto, Director of Economic Development, met with over 40 leads in the food and beverage industry, as well as trade commissioners and foreign counterparts. Furthermore, they conducted tours with Flora Food Group and Gize Packaging, strengthening relationships with existing partners in our community. Future implementation of the 3-year FDI strategy will continue diversification into advanced manufacturing, plastics, and rubber sectors, among others. Here at home, and in strong partnership with other city departments, economic development helped bring in more housing, more industrial investment, and more jobs. In 2025, 1,281 housing unit permits were issued, almost doubling the number from 2024. This past year, Brantford was the only municipality in the GTA and Greater Golden Horseshoe to be given an A+ rating from the Residential Construction Council of Ontario. Industrial partners committed over $772 million toward new or expanded industrial space, with 1.2 million square feet committed to be built. These investments are expected to bring over 850 jobs to Brantford in the coming years. Pictured here is Cowan Gelms. This past summer, he completed the summer company program through Brantford Brant Business Resource Center and started a car washing business. He is one of 40 students that the BRC assisted in starting businesses in 2025. The numbers you see in the table here paint a picture of the effort and dedication BRC staff have in supporting local businesses, building for Brantford's future, and strengthening our local economy. Like all of you, we believe that Brantford is a premier destination for events, tourism, and industry. In 2025, the Tourism Division won and hosted 5 large-scale events through a competitive bidding process. Tourism also supported 93 sporting events and 73 corporate events, helping to generate $8 million in economic impact. This fall, staff welcomed representatives from the Dubai Chamber of Commerce, connecting local industrial partners with new market opportunities. Throughout the year, staff attended numerous networking opportunities, keeping Brantford on the map as a choice destination. This past summer marked the start of downtown revitalization construction. While a project of this nature is not without its challenges, the downtown ambassador, as well as staff from Communications, Economic Development, BRC, and Tourism, are working cohesively to champion the end vision of a downtown that is vibrant and thriving, while providing support to local businesses in need. Demonstrating the success of this team approach, Sanderson Center increased total revenue by 10%, in part due to new strategic marketing initiatives. In early 2025, over 1,000 attendees visited the downtown for Winterfest. And despite construction, the Tourism Division delivered the inaugural Beats and Eats Festival, funded in partnership with the Brantford Tourism Development Corporation. The August event attracted over 2,500 attendees, supporting 15 local musicians, artists, and dancers, as well as several food trucks and restaurants throughout the downtown. The Mayor's Fun Zone at Mohawk Park diversified the activities of the day, giving everyone something to enjoy. Please join us on July 18th for the second annual Beats and Eats Festival with a whole new lineup of entertainment and food. The year finished with another downtown good news story when this council approved the new Sports and Entertainment Center, and a 15-year contract was signed with the Brantford Bulldogs. Thanks to the work of council and countless city staff, our team is ready to get to work on the exciting opportunities this and a future downtown entertainment district presents. With the first 3 months of 2026 already behind us, efforts are well underway for these and many other projects. We'll be bringing Beats and Eats back to the downtown, launching the updated industrial directory, and working towards a downtown business inventory. We'll be hosting workshops through the BRC, supporting sporting events, and cheering on the Bulldogs, to name a few. Brantford's economic position is a strong one, and we are well positioned for growth as a destination for investment, tourism, and local residents to enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sless, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, you indicated 17,000 new jobs created last year. Can you break that down between full and part-time?
I do not have that information, but I can get it for you.
Do we have that information? It's just not here?
We're bringing up our expert.
Through the chair, through you, Madam Chair, before we answer that question, we're going to look into that number. I think it may be incorrect. We will confirm that number at a later time. Thank you.
Okay, we'll get a memo or something on that then. And secondly, my second question was the Sanderson Center. I read somewhere here where attendance was up 25%, revenue was up 10%. Are we bringing in less expensive acts, charging less and getting more people?
Pardon? Yeah. Glenn, would you be able to answer that question for us?
Hello, Glenn Brown, manager of the Sanderson Center. I learned from Kevin's mistake. So the revenues are primarily driven by rental activities, and the majority of those shows are The pricing is all set by the renter, and a lot of that is flow through to them after we've recovered our rental revenues and expenses. For some of the shows that we presented, yes, the ticket prices were certainly higher. And artist fees have also grown. There's certainly been a lot of inflationary activity in the presenting world in recent years.
Okay, and just finally to that, Madam Chair, we subsidize, I believe, to the tune of about 500,000 a year annually to the Sanderson Center. With the increase in revenue there, is there an opportunity to decrease the grant given the revenue is up?
Through the chair, we did make an adjustment in the current season's budget for the 2026 budget year that was part of recognizing the increase in revenues. Having said that, it's a marginal increase or a marginal decrease in the amount required because as the revenues increase, so do many of our expenses.
Thank you.
We've
Thank you, Madam
exceeded
Chair.
the 10 minutes. Counselor Carpenter, I'll put you down to speak first when the item comes up. All right, I think at this point, we'll take a 5-minute refreshment break, and then before we get started on the items for discussion. Thank you very much. We will resume at 7:16. We're gonna get started in a minute here. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, we're gonna resume. All right, we're going to call this meeting back to order. And we're going to begin with the resolutions that we had that had delegations here. That's item 8.2 and 8.3. And then we'll move into the reports in the items for consideration. So Councillor Carpenter, I have you up first. If you wouldn't mind moving your resolution and stating your seconder, I'll have you read through it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's moved by myself, seconded by, I guess my ward mate's not here. Oh, there she is. Seconded by my ward mate, Councilor Linda Hunt. Whereas the city of Brantford is committed to environmental stewardship, biodiversity, conservation, and the protection of natural heritage systems. And whereas the new forest in the city reflects the vision and leadership of Brant's Tree Coalition and community supporters to establish a naturalized urban forest for ecological preservation and passive public use. Whereas the formal recognition of this area as a natural area will enhance public awareness, responsible use, stewardship, and long-term ecological protection. Whereas Canada has committed under the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework to protect 30% of lands and waterways by 2030, and the municipalities play an important role in contributing to this objective. Whereas the concerns have arisen regarding the unauthorized vehicle use, fire risk, environmental hazards, and the improper waste disposal, which may negatively impact the ecological integrity and public safety of the lands. Now therefore be resolved that the area currently known as the New Forest in the City be formally named New Forest in the City Natural Area. Staff be directed to report back on options to formally recognize and protect the lands as a municipal natural area. Appropriate signage be installed, identify the lands as a natural area, and outlining permitted and prohibited uses. Signage and shall include prohibition of all motorized vehicles, including dirt bikes, motorcycles, and similar vehicles. Prohibit of bicycles and other non-motorized cycling devices. Prohibit of smoking and open flames. Environmental hazard warnings, including ticks, for Lyme disease risk, wild parsnip for skin irritation, sensitivity, and the problems that come with that. Dog control requirements, including stoop and scoop, waste removal obligations, stewardship messaging, encouraging responsible passive use, and protection of the natural features. The staff report back on enforcement mechanisms, education strategies, and any additional measures required to preserve the ecological integrity of the natural area. Staff explore inclusion of the land within any current future municipal inventory of protected natural heritage areas. Can I speak to it? I know it's a long resolution. It's a long resolution because when Chuck approached me about this, we worked on the draft back and forth, and we worked with staff to get this final resolution forward. And just so you know, many times it's been suggested we name this Chuck Beach Forest. He said not a chance. Although he's very humble, he did it for the community, not for his namesake, and he's not doesn't want that. He wants it to be called just what it is called, the New Forest and City Natural Area. And the logic here is to make sure people recognize it's a passive area. There are trails, there's bridges, but it's a passive area. It's not an area for bicycle, and it's not an area that you want to be racing down or moving down. And then there's the issue of there's a lot of ticks there, there's a lot of wildlife there. Notification of the ticks and what ticks look like and how to prevent yourself from getting Lyme disease, and of course skin irritant from the wild parsnip. If you touch it, you will know when you touched it, and you'll know you shouldn't have touched it. So having some signage recognizing that as well, and then maybe some work on keeping the trails, not overly neat, but passable, just so that it's maintains its natural area, as you've seen in Mr. Beach's presentation. It's a wonderful area, and I don't think there's anybody in here that hasn't planted a tree over there at one time or another, right? Looking around the room, I'm sure that we've all planted trees there, and there's been many people in the community, and there's probably some of the children that planted trees in public school are now adults and teaching their own kids to plant trees. So it's been a wonderful thing for the community and a beautiful thing for Ward 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers. Oh, Councillor Caputo. Oh, okay. Did you have your hand up, Councillor Sless? Oh, okay. Then seeing no further speakers, we'll call the vote.
Thank you. And item 8.2 carried unanimously on a recorded vote of 11-0. All those voting in favor are Councillors Van Tilburg, Samwell, Carpenter, Hunt, Martin, McCreary, Sless, Caputo, Sullivan, Sequoia, Mayor Davis.
Councillor Samwell, we'll move on next to your support for the Poppy Project. Read your resolution, state your seconder, please.
Thank you. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Van Tilburg. Whereas the City of Brantford is proud to pay tribute of Remembrance Day to encourage to the courage and sacrifice of those who've served and continue to serve our country during times of war, military conflict, and peace. And whereas the City of Brantford is committed to showing remembrance and commemoration of veterans and those whose lives who were lost in the war. And whereas the Poppy Project was created through collaboration among community partners, including the Brantford Station Neighborhood Association, the Dunstan Legion Branch 461 Brantford, the Navy League of Canada Brantford Brant, the Brant Historical Society, Sweet Bakery, Brantford Public Library, Grand River Council on Aging, and Gahekdagay Friendship Center, and the city. Whereas community members came together on February 28th, 2026 for the Brantford Station hosted the inaugural Poppy Project workshop, creating a public art piece to honor veterans. And whereas the Poppy Project public art piece involves creating knitted and crocheted poppies, attaching them to netting for public display. And whereas the Dunstan Legion has provided a $1,000 donation to kickstart the project, and whereas 9 more Poppy Project workshops are scheduled from April through September that the community members can participate in. Now therefore it be resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford contribute $5,000 to the Poppy Project to be funded from Council Priorities Reserve to help cover the cost of supplies, including yarn and other construction and attachment materials, and that staff be directed to support the identification of an appropriate location to display the Poppy Project piece in tandem with the 2026 Remembrance Day service. And just to speak to that, first I wanted to thank the delegates tonight and everybody in the gallery. I was so pleased to see all of you here. What's really special about this project is how it's already taken root across our community. It started with a small group and an idea, and it's spreading through our neighborhoods, our organizations, and here tonight in our gallery. People are creating poppies. We heard from the delegation, and you could feel the care, the pride, and the intention behind the work. It's not just about the final display, it's about the conversations, the connections, the remembrance, and the remembrance along the way. It's important to support something that brings people together like this and honors our veterans in such a personal and meaningful way. I hope that this receives unanimous support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Caputo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fully supportive on this. I think when this was all brought to light months ago by Chad and his team, I couldn't have been more happier. And I think what has started as something of a project has grown legs that I don't know where it could end and how many people it would impact. And the importance of this, how many of our youths actually understand, I almost said youths, how many of our youths actually understand what this is all about, what people did, what veterans did to give us the freedom that we have here today. So I think this is a wonderful thing that's happening. And I'd like to make an amendment and consider it friendly if I can. And that would be to actually increase the contribution from the city to $15,000. And Councillor Sluss is seconding that.
I would be considered friendly.
Friendly to the committee, seeing no. Okay, that's a friendly amendment to $15,000.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Councillor Martin looking to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm a firm believer in that there's never too much we can do to remember and thank veterans. The few that are left, I mean, the Thank a Vet luncheon, unfortunately shrinking every year as we lose veterans, but it's very important that we remember what they did, that we owe our freedom to them. Somebody talked about our freedom of speech one time, and they attributed it to the wrong place. And when I got my chance to speak, I corrected them and said, no, we have the veterans of the First and the Second World War to thank for our freedom of speech. And it's amazing what those young men and women did to come. They stepped up above and beyond and saved our way of life. So I fully support what's here. If the amendment wasn't friendly, I would have been happy to vote in favor of that. And I certainly will be supporting this. And before we went to a fully recorded system of voting, this is the kind of resolution where I'd ask for a recorded vote, not because it's contentious, but to show the unanimous support for something like this.
Thank you. And Councillor Sluss, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think it's important that we up the ante on this, and I'm glad that folks were receptive. It would appear to me that the excitement of building and making these poppies is going to outpace the amount of money coming in at the same time. And you could get frozen where you have people wanting to do things and nothing to give them to do it with. And hopefully this keeps that supply chain rolling. If it doesn't, I'd be very disappointed if you didn't come back and ask for more.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I just wanted to, I was gonna jump the gun also and amend that we give the Poppy Project its full budget for this year, and I think the delegates have acknowledged that the $15,000 budget will probably be expended this year, and the fact that we're going to clean this after November, and then we're going to store it, and then we're going to move it around to schools and other city facilities in 2027. I think this is a project that might be starting this year, but very pleased to see that I'm pretty sure this is not going to be a 1-year thing. And so thank you to everyone. I saw some people crocheting and good on you, because I couldn't create a crocheted poppy to save my life. But I am very, very pleased to support the amended amount. And please don't hesitate to come back if you need any more money. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carpenter, I have you up next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, as all members of council know, I've been a member of the Monument Committee for Remembrance Day for ever since I've been on council, I think. And we put on one of the best celebrations of most communities. And I know Chad commented about stories he read. I'm thinking he read that on Doing Our Bit website, and I would encourage more to go on that site and read actual stories from soldiers that rode home. It's a tremendous website. I want to make sure it doesn't get lost, by the way. I'd like it to come into the city's ownership in one day. I attended the meeting last night to find out a little more about this, and I was just amazed and that looks like a small neighborhood association doing more projects. I think I said more projects than there is people there. They're doing a tremendous amount of projects, and this project just sort of took off on its own. It was there's flyers out for it if you haven't seen them, and they'll be posted around. So look for them. You can donate to them. You can become a legacy remembrance sponsor for $5,000. Roll on the honor roll sponsor for $3,000. You can become a remembrance sponsor for $1,000, community poppy sponsor for $500, or just simply a Lest We Forget sponsor for $100. Very simple to do. It's simple $100 to make you a less. And then what we're going to see is these poppies are going to be with the assistance of Admiral Lady Moore and others in the Legion and others are going to help store and work with the group. And we're going to see these poppies on like netting that will be put around. There's so many of them going to be now. You can have them on probably all the legions, the Gunners Club, the Navy League, and the new Air Cadets Leagues when that gets refinished, and along other places in the community, maybe along the highway corridor to show the residents on the highway how we are. It's going to be up the same time as we put all our banners up as a city celebrating our veterans on a regular basis at this around those same time. Things that we do for our veterans is very well. Even restoring the gun was an example of respect for our veterans. But I want to sort of plant one seed. It's not just World War I and World War II veterans, please. There's veterans from Afghanistan. There's many veterans there, and there's veterans over right now serving in peacekeeping. We've lost veterans in the middle or in Europe lately. So we have veterans around the world all the time. If they've served and they put themselves at risk, they're a veteran. So keep that in mind when the 56th Photo Regiment events come up. They're veterans. So we must always remember the veterans, remember the sacrifice, and more importantly than that, remember that they fought for us for free speech now and forever. So don't let anybody tell you you can't speak when you're being polite or can't say what you think when you're being polite, because free speech and the fact that we're a free society gives us that right. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. Councillor McCreary.
Chair, thank you, and appreciation to the folks that have initiated this project. I was at one of the meetings for this, and it was quite enthusiastic, the people that were participating. And if you look at the list of community partners, and it's really quite a coming together of some various organizations that otherwise perhaps would never really meet each other. It's also the 100th anniversary of the Legion this year. And the Legion website has a lot of information, a lot of ways to honor that, and some really cool swag that you can buy. I have a hat. I suspect I'll be hearing from my 10-year-old granddaughter, who is a recent adherent of crocheting. I was hoping she'd make me a car cover, but I suspect she'll be making poppies, and I'll be spending a few dollars on red wool. Again, thank you very much. This is such a cool thing. And as Councillor Carpenter expressed very eloquently, the respect that this shows for the folks who went overseas and fought for Canada, for the British Empire, and to maintain what we consider a pretty good way of life. So thank you again.
And seeing no further speakers, when you sit in the chair, you have to talk last. So there's not much more I can say that already hasn't been said. And the sentiment rings true from my perspective as well. But this is a beautiful project that's certain to just radiate throughout the entire community. I'm very grateful to everyone who's led the way on this. And much like Councillor Hunt, I can't knit or crochet for the life of me. I started a scarf during COVID. That's kind of like doily size now, but I'm willing to give it a shot and certainly going to give it a try and see if my daughters want to participate. And I just thank you again for everything that you've done. And seeing no further speakers in the queue, I am going to call the vote on this.
Thank you. And that item carries on a recorded vote of 11-0. All those voting in favor are Councillors Van Tilburg, Samuel, Carpenter, Hunt, Martin, McCreary, Slash, Caputo, Sullivan, Sequoia, and Mayor Davis.
Thank you very much. We're going to move forward to our items for consideration. So Councillor Sless, I believe you have the motion to place all separated items on the floor.
So moved, seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Caputo.
Okay, so we'll begin with item 7.1.4, which is the community distribution pilot project, as there was a delegation. Any discussion on this item? Mayor Davis.
Yeah, through you to staff. I've got a question for our staff. In the report at page 487, there's reference to something about seeking formal council direction to consult with these organizations and bring a recommendation regarding a food program to council in Q2 2027. I don't think that was built into the resolution. Is that something you want added to the resolution?
Through the chair, Aaron Walls, Director of Strategic Initiatives. So yes, I am recommending council give formal direction to staff to look at those programs and bring them back in parallel with the results of this pilot program. My rationale for that is as our colleagues in social services start to consolidate their housing support programs to the former Fox Ridge community site. In conjunction with that, we'd give some thought to not just this pilot program, which is intended to be in parallel to that work, but also our downtown core food programs. Not to say at this point we'd be making any changes, but formal direction to staff to at least look at those and how they could be aligned with some of that housing work happening at 389 West Street.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I think I'm going to, the resolution's a little unclear in subparagraph D. It might direct that, it might not. I'll probably seek to add, do an amendment to clarify that, but happy to do that after everyone else has spoken.
We will cycle back to you. Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Through you to staff. There's reference in here to 389 West Street. Is the intention to move this program to 389 West Street once 389 is up and running?
Through the chair, not at this time. The original approved $100,000 from council was for food support programs in proximity to 389 West Street, not necessarily on that physical location. So the recommendation here is to pilot something at the Blessing Center, see how that goes, but not with the intent, at least at this time, to move any of that programming into that 389 facility.
Okay. I won't be able to support this then because the neighborhood it's in is greatly impacted by the clientele when they leave this facility already. So if this is enhanced, it's only going to make that situation worse.
Councillor Samwell?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. So first I want to start by thanking Terry for being here tonight and for the Blessing Center for the work you do in our community. It truly makes a difference. At the heart of this, we're talking about people who are trying to access basic needs and people in our community who are stepping up to help meet those needs. So what I see in this pilot is an opportunity to create just a more organized, more than just an organized approach, but a space rooted in connection and belonging. For individuals accessing support, this creates a safer, more welcoming space with better connection to services and access to indoor as needed. And for volunteers and community groups, it offers coordination, a reliable place to help, and access to a commercial kitchen for those who need it. So this is about bringing people together in a more thoughtful and supportive way, and I'm supportive of this practical and passionate step forward. Thank you.
Councillor Hunt?
Thank you, and through you to staff. So I just want to clarify the ask right now is $10,000 from Council Priorities Reserve, and that is strictly to support garbage collection and disposal. So I think we heard from the delegate, and again, thank you for being here. So this is to assist them with the project that they're already running, but will in fact make it less disruptive to the neighborhood because we're going to have proper garbage collection and disposal. Am I understanding that $10,000 correctly, Aaron?
Yeah, through the chair. So currently the Blessing Center is not running this pilot program. So what they're doing is meals in the evening, as the delegation indicated. What we're trying to do with this pilot project is to get some of those folks that are going into, particularly in the downtown, going into Victoria Park or Harmony Square and doing some kind of donations out of their trunk and that kind of thing, to come to the Blessing Center parking lot Saturday and Sunday. And so the money for the Blessing Center is the original approved $100,000 that council approved as part of the Food Security Action Plan and then directed us to spend in proximity to 389. So there's $100,000 going to the Blessing Center to help support that pilot program. That is the bringing of people to the parking lot. They're not currently doing that work. The additional $10,000 I'm recommending to committee is precisely for that. So it is for garbage disposal, with the understanding that if this pilot is successful, we'll continue to consolidate some of those groups and frankly their garbage to that site, and they need an organized way to dispose of that, have regular dumpster pickups, and keep some of that garbage not just out of our parks where that activity may have been happening, but from blowing around the neighborhood and some of that debris that just naturally comes with that kind of activity. So it's 100,000 pre-approved. that they're getting to help support the pilot. I'm recommending to council an additional 10,000 specifically for waste disposal, as this pilot intends to bring some of the activity and some of its garbage to that site.
Okay, so in the original $100,000, the Saturday and Sunday project is basically designated to somehow formalize the donations and the distribution of items such as clothing, for example, to the population served by the Blessing Center. So do we have a fairly good understanding of who's already out there doing this, like you said, whether it's a Victoria Park or whatever? And are they, on board to be participating with the Blessing Center on Saturdays and Sundays?
So through the chair, yes, I think for the organizations that are fairly consistent, especially folks that are coming from out of town, we know as a provider comes in from Hamilton, another from Burlington. We know that often Laurier students get involved. All of those partners that we're aware of, and our bylaw and security department has some kind of ongoing relationship or contact with. There's already been productive conversations. I can say with a high degree of likelihood, those groups will absolutely get on board very quickly. We've had very good discussions with Laurier about their students doing some of that ad hoc work, again, with big hearts and good intention. So it looks like Laurier is going to direct some of their students doing some of that activity towards the Blessing Center as well. So I think there'll be some early partners that we're aware of. Certainly there's folks we're not aware of, and certainly there's folks that are doing that kind of work that we don't know yet. But we do have a commitment from our bylaw and security team as they encounter those folks to provide them information and try to encourage them to come to that parking lot and not do it in those public spaces.
Okay, thanks, Aaron.
Councillor McCreary?
Chair, thank you, and through you to staff. So to obtain final clarity, the $10,000 will pay for garbage removal,
Through the chair, that's correct.
and that will be done on what frequency?
So in the council report, I said an upset limit of $10,000 so that the Blessing Center had some flexibility to set that frequency. I imagine it's dumpster pickup weekly. Our environmental services costed that out at about 6,000 or 7,000. That may need to happen more frequently. That's why I put that.
What size of dumpster is planned?
Through the chair, I don't know. I believe that the cost was for a 3-yard dumpster.
Okay. Did I hear you say we're importing garbage to that site?
Through the chair, I think what might naturally happen as we ask volunteer groups to bring their clothing or bring their food, and naturally more garbage that, if they were to do that activity in Victoria Park, maybe that garbage is left behind there. We're asking them to do it in the Blessing Center parking lot. That garbage may migrate there. So it's not an intentional importation of garbage, just naturally.
Are we funding an agency that leaves garbage in Victoria Park?
Through the chair, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So what further insulation are we providing to the residential neighborhood that surrounds this?
Yeah, so through the chair, during the times of donation, we'll have our security guards there, trying to ensure good order there. The dumpster is a part of that in terms of waste disposal and waste collection. So security and garbage are top of mind for this.
And this, did I hear correctly that this is going to be an open air market on Saturday and Sunday in a residential neighborhood?
Through the chair, that's correct. It'd be in the parking lot.
Did anybody consult with the neighborhood?
Through the chair, no consultation with the neighborhood at this time.
To whom should we refer those inquiries when Councillor Martin and I receive them?
Well, through the chair, they can certainly come to city staff, and we endeavor to work with the Blessing Center and other partners to try to resolve those for sure.
Is there a reason why that cannot be done indoors at the Blessing Center rather than in the parking lot?
So through the chair, they did commit some indoor space for inclement weather. I don't know that there's adequate space there to do it every time inside. I think the contemplation was to do it outside, but if there's poor weather or other conditions, to take it inside.
So if there's adequate space to do it in inclement weather, should there not be adequate space to do it on a nice sunny day when the neighbors like to be out on their porches enjoying the sunshine?
Yeah, through the show, we had that conversation. It looked like the indoor space might not accommodate everything comfortably with a good kind of flow of traffic. It'd be a little clustered in, whereas the outside space, folk could have their booth a little more traffic. So
there will be a contract document struck between City of Brantford and Blessing Center?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Is that going to come back to us for comment?
Through the chair, that would not have been the practice, but if that's council direction, we can certainly do that.
I have some discomfort rather, and misgivings as opposed to misgivings and miscomfort with having an open air market there, that's going to just completely annoy and ruin the quality of life of the neighbors. I mean, we all feel positive about providing this service to folks in need, but not at the expense of the folks who pay taxes and want to live their lives and enjoy their lives outdoors in the summertime. So I think if you can't guarantee that we can direct this activity to happen indoors, I think it probably would be good if we could see a copy of that contract at whatever time you think that's appropriate. And I'm wondering if we need an amendment to that. Madam Chair, what would you suggest?
Well, we do have one amendment in the queue. If you would like to amend it, that's up to you, sir.
Okay.
We do have a few more speakers in the queue, so perhaps you can reflect on that and we can, okay. Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Director of Strategic Initiatives, Aaron Wallace. So, Aaron, this program is first of all, it's a former National Groceries commercial establishment, and it's with an organization that's been around for 20 years or so, and it's been providing food there for quite a few years, has it not?
As I understand it, yes, they've been doing something similar with food programming there for a number of years, yes.
And the reason we want a partnership with this organization, because they've had so much success with feeding groups and cleaning up after them, and there's always going to be some difficulty with a handful of homeless. Anytime you get them together, they're homeless. They have mental health addictions, and they have addiction issues, and they're difficult to deal with at times. But we've learned that with compassionate and patience and godlike persuasion, they're able to find solutions. So they struck out because of such good work that they're doing and the success that they've had. Aaron, is that why they stuck out?
Through the chair, that's correct. So we did issue an expression of interest, and the Blessing Center was the only local organization to respond to that. So that was kind of the first administrative step. But the reason we brought this proposal forward and recommended to committee is that for sure, is that they do have a history of providing some services to those folks at that location. Correct.
And if not this location, where? I mean, where is the most appropriate location? Is it downtown?
So through the chair, I don't know that I could recommend to council the exact appropriate location. I think the challenge we're trying to resolve with this is it's happening in a lot of different areas in the city in a fairly disorganized, good spirited but disorganized way. And so this was a partner who was willing to take on a pilot project and try to consolidate it. But the ideal space, I wouldn't hazard a guess what that
So
would
the
be.
concept is to reach out to as many people that are already doing some of these services, to work with the Blessing Center to coordinate these efforts so they're more coordinated, more acceptable, and there's an operation to be able to manage the people better and to manage the waste that comes from these things better. And all of, that's the whole idea of the pilot project. And it's called a pilot project because we're going to try it and come back. Is that not correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
Seeing no other first-time speakers, Mayor Davis, I understand you have an amendment.
Well, I'll take a second speaking opportunity before I put the amendment on the floor. But actually, Councillor Carpenter reaffirmed, I think, what the essence of this resolution is. And what's occurring now is that a lot of generous, spirited individuals and organizations, they'll kind of pop up in the downtown and they'll be distributing food and clothing. So that's not the issue. The issue is when that happens on an unorganized basis, it becomes rather chaotic in the downtown. You know, where it happens, what happens, who cleans it up. The end result, as you can see in our downtown, the weekend, it can be, you know, a real mess downtown because of, as Terry noted, what happens when people come in and they're taking up free food or clothing. Sometimes things are left behind. And so it's been rather chaotic downtown. It's been a source of some concern on the part of some business owners downtown. Certainly we have a letter from Lori that in some situations, because it's not clear where this should happen and how it should happen, it's come into conflict with some of Lori's activities and some of the student activities. So the idea behind this is not to prevent or prohibit the charitable distribution of food or clothing, as has been tried in other communities such as Oshawa and Barrie. The idea here is to try and have it take place in one area so that those who want the service and need the food or clothing, they know where to go, not try and guess where it might be this weekend. And also you're having someone overseeing it with a proven track record. Terry and his organization, the Blessing Center, they've demonstrated time and time again a real commitment to their organization, the people they serve, the community they operate in. In fact, Gino, our Rotary Club, does one of the dinners there per month. It's having Terry there and his group of volunteers gives me a lot of confidence. I have a lot of confidence in them that this will be properly managed, and I think it'll be less disruptive to the surrounding neighborhoods than it is than what's happening right now in the downtown. So, in fact, I thank Terry very much and the Blessing Center for stepping up and responding to the RFP. So that's my take on what's before us. But there's also in the report, Madam Chair, a recommendation that staff consult with several organizations and bring recommendations regarding food programs. And when I read paragraph D of the report, it's D, the resolution, it's D sub 3. It says, report back Q2 27 recommendations to align the city's emergency food funding to housing programs at 389 West Street. And that seems to suggest that these recommendations must be tied into 389 West Street by necessity. And I'm thinking it should be a little more general. So I'm going to move a motion that amendment that 3D sub 3 be struck and replaced with what we have in the report, that staff consult with the Salvation Army, St. Andrew's United Church, and Grace Anglican Church to bring recommendations regarding the food program as part of what comes back to us in Q2 27. Rather than kind of predetermining what that might be, let's leave a little more wide open for those organizations, our staff, and perhaps a Blessing Center might get involved in that as well. So,
Madam
taking a
Clerk,
seconder.
and we have that seconded by Councillor Carpenter. Do you have that captured? And can we see it on the screen prior to voting? And if anyone's looking to speak to the amendment, now would be the appropriate time. Councillor McCreary to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think we can amend this to satisfy some of my concerns if the mover and seconder would also include consultation with the immediate neighborhood. Hoping that would be friendly to both of those folks.
It's not looking friendly.
No, that's fine. That's fine, but I think I need to clarify.
Yeah.
So it should read the Salvation Army. I'm reading right out of the report, comma, St. Andrew's United Church and Grace Anglican Church. And I'd add in the Blessing Center as well.
So for that to be friendly, that means we're not consulting. The resolution states that we will be authorized to execute this and begin the pilot program. But if we add in a public consultation, that will not allow us to move forward. So they seem contradictory to me. So I'm going to assume that
I can explain. So what's actually going to happen, pilot program is that's the food and clothing distribution happening at Blessing Center. This is a food programs such as Food for Soul and other programs that run through various churches where they're providing meals. And so the intent here is to not do a pilot program right now, but as part of what staff are doing and bringing back to the next council quarter to 2027 is also a recommendation addressing that particular program.
Okay, and,
Okay, so that's the difference.
and we have in this consulting, was that the intention of your amendment, Counselor
And
McCreary?
I can make, you can make it, just to make it simple, I'm happy to make it a friendly amendment that, because I added in St. Andrew's Church, Grace Anglican, I also added in Blessing Center, and also to consult with
With the-
residents as well.
Okay, well, we're not gonna go back and forth on this. You
Yep.
put your amendment on the floor. I just want to get clarity from Counselor McCreary. Was it your intent to consult with the public on this food program, or was it your intent to consult on the pilot program?
My intent was to add that clause to the mayor's amendment.
Okay, and that seems to be received as friendly. Counselor Carpenter, is that received as friendly? Okay. And if there's no objection from the committee, are you objecting to that, Counselor Martin?
I just need some clarification. Is the intent to talk to all these people about moving it to West Street or to keep it at the Blessing Center?
We are removing it. We're removing the 389 West Street, any
Okay.
reference to 389 West Street. And we are consulting on the food program, as I understand it, with the Salvation Army, with St. Andrews, with the Anglican Church, with the Blessing Center, as well as the residents. Any other speakers to the amendment? Counselor Hunt?
I guess I'm aware of other agencies that are offering food programs. And I'm wondering if we're hemming ourselves in somewhat by only stating St. Andrews and Grace Anglican. I do know Friendship House on Grace Street offers a meal program. And so I guess through you to staff, does this restrict you to only speaking to the groups that are mentioned in this amendment, or is there a better way to get a handle on all of the organizations or groups that are offering, for example, food or meal programs? I do know I think we were at the mosque a couple of weeks ago. They're offering a food bank out of their location as well. So there's lots of this kind of initiative going on in the city, which is great. I just wonder if we want to be a little more robust in our consultation with those groups.
Yeah, so through the chair, I'll answer in two different pieces. So one, to the question around lots of organizations doing lots of things, lots of places. That's something that the Food Systems Coalition and kind of broadly through the community action plan is being looked at in terms of who's doing what and where and how could that happen more effectively. The specific piece around Salvation Army, Grace Anglican, and St. Andrews, those are the three emergency, what I call emergency food, or what used to be called like homeless meals, that kind of thing, emergency meals program. Those are the three that we currently fund. And so what the recommendation in the original report was to direct staff to look at those again, given that some of those contracts go back 20, 25 years, and that as our housing team starts to move their housing programs to 389 West Street, the original direction I was seeking was, let's look at those three programs that we specifically as the city fund and see how they could better support the work that's happening to our social services group. So the work in terms of who's doing what everywhere all the time, that's happening at a community level. The specific recommendations for those three programs that the city currently funds in that space.
And that makes complete sense. Thank you for that clarification.
All right, seeing no further speakers to this amendment, we will call the vote on the amendment.
Counselor oh, there we go. And the amendment carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. All those voting in favor are Mayor Davis, Councillor Sokoli, Sullivan, Caputo, Sless, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Samlin, Van Tilburg.
So speaking to this amendment, or sorry, the resolution as amended, we have Counselor Martin up first.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think the mayor was probably very accurate when he described the situation downtown with these people handing out freebies to these people as being chaotic. Chaos, I believe, was the word he used. And I think it's a huge mistake to move the chaos from the downtown into a residential neighborhood. I know I certainly wouldn't want it in my neighborhood. If there is somebody here who would like this in their neighborhood, please raise your hand, but I doubt anybody will. So I won't be supporting this because I think it's a move in the wrong direction.
Counselor Carpenter.
Yeah, I just have to speak to this because 389 West Street right now is the old age home for Indigenous population. And we've heard members of council suggest that that's an okay place. But it's not okay if it's in another area of the city where there's other residents that aren't attached to 389 West Street, which is a residential area. You know, we're going to be taking care of the homeless, the poorest of the poor, those with disabilities, mental illnesses, addiction, and they're gonna be problematic wherever they are. And to say that no one wants it, well, that may be true. But the fact is, as a city, it's our responsibility to help those, especially those that are doing it in volunteer. Look at the volunteer hours we get from these beautiful people that are feeding people because they just care about them. And there's, you know, I've been there on that food line. It's not everybody that you think. You know, I saw a father and a mother come in with a little girl, and she was hungry, and she was probably 7 or 8 years old. Brought tears to my eyes when I was there. And I thought, and the people that sit down that you think you wouldn't sit down and share a coffee with, I did. And they're human beings. They've got problems, they got issues, but they're wonderful, warm human beings. You just got to spend some time to find out that we're supposed to be caring and compassionate. It can't be a not in my backyard system. We all have to put something into it to help those that are most difficult in our community. And this is a step. Staff have done a tremendous job. Aaron is remarkably compassionate in the role that he takes on, and I'm very proud that he works for us.
Counselor McCreary.
Chair, thank you very much. And certainly we've heard the range of opinion today. I think to some extent we have to recognize that in addition to feeding and caring for folks, we have to demonstrate our ability to afford them a little bit of dignity. And I'm not sure much dignity is offered by having an outdoor market where we do these things. I'll reiterate my comments to staff that I would appreciate, I'm not going to bring an amendment because I trust staff will look after the interests of the 20 some odd neighboring families by making sure that as much of this as possible happens within the confines of that building. It's a pretty big building. So I would appreciate it if staff could make sure that to the extent possible, it happens indoors, not outdoors, where to some extent they're going to be on display for the world and afforded very little dignity in terms of how they're viewed by passersby. So if you could please, Aaron, attend to doing whatever you can to make sure that those folks are looked after, but as well that the people in the surrounding neighborhood are able to live their lives in the way that we all wish we can. Okay, thank you.
Counselor Caputo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've listened to everybody here tonight and everybody has certain valid points. But the way I read this report when I was getting ready for tonight was it's a pilot project. And because it's a pilot project, there's certainly going to be opportunities for the success of this to lend to other areas. And again, this isn't a manufacturing company we're talking about. This isn't a factory and this is a blessing center. This is a group of people that are given to the needy. And I didn't bring it up, but it brought music to my ears tonight when the Bible was brought up twice tonight. It was brought up in nature, science, and giving. So I love that book. It's the truest thing in the history of the world. I believe in that book and I believe in math. Everything else can be debated. So this is something that is, in my opinion, a command for us to look at. And if it's successful, the way I believe it should be, then I think it's going to be lending to even bigger things as we move forward. So I'm fully supporting this tonight as amended as well to ensure that we ensure that everyone's looked after in this process.
Seeing no further speakers, I'll just say a few words here. And obviously, I'm going to be supporting this moving forward. And something that comes up often is, if not here, then where? Like, where else are we supposed to do this? There's always going to be someone who has something to say. And this isn't a new concept that we're introducing to the neighborhood. It already exists here. It's already happening. I think we can be compassionate without accepting chaos. And right now we have a bit of chaos in that people are showing up in the parks and where they think they might encounter someone in need and doing this ad hoc. And we have this opportunity to bring everybody into one place and offer some consistency in the service that we're providing to those in need. And I'm hearing a lot of discussion about the clientele that visits this establishment. And this speaks perhaps to someone who hasn't been into the Blessing Center, because as someone who's actually been there and served food, the clientele that I saw going in there were hardworking people coming from their jobs, people you never would have guessed need the service of the Blessing Center. These are mothers with children. These are people coming from their jobs at the bank and coming to eat here because times are tough. So I didn't observe a lot of the clientele that we're referring to. I observed hardworking men and women who were down on their luck and needed some assistance. So I'm going to support this moving forward. I don't think we really even need to. Yeah, I'm just going to stop right there. I'm going to support this moving forward. And with that, we will call the vote.
Thank you. Item 7.1.4 carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. All those in favor are Mayor Davis, Councilors Secoli, Sullivan, Caputo, Slass, McCrary, Hunt, Carpenter, Samuel, Van Tilburg. Those opposed, Councilor Martin.
Okay, we'll now move to item 7.2.7, which is the Riverside Hub project update. We had a delegation on this item, so we're moving this up to the top. Any discussion on this item? Councilor Caputo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Councilor Sluss and I have had a lot of dealings with this project and this group and this wonderful proposal that's coming forward. And seeing what they do and what they do for the community and how they conduct themselves is phenomenal. When we were first brought up with this, there was issues with a site plan or something that they were bringing forth together that involved parking, and it kind of didn't fit. But this fits perfectly. I think the way they've taken advantage of the space that they have and so forth, and I think it's something that we definitely need to, and I'm certainly going to be supporting. And I guess my first question to this group was at the time is, have we ever gone through what we just finished discussing? Have we talked with the neighbors? And there's going to be an open house at the YMCA that on April 30th for everybody to be able to be brought up to speed as to what exactly is going to happen here. So fully support this, and I hope that everyone here on council does the exact same thing. And thank you for being here this evening.
Councilor Carpenter. Sorry, Councilor Samuel had her hand up.
All right, through you, Chair. So the Riverside Hub reflects the very best of what our community does. Organizations coming together to create a more connected, compassionate, and accessible system of care. This report makes it clear that our role is to stand alongside the Hub partners, supporting their efforts and exploring opportunities to integrate city services and continuing to advocate as this project moves forward. This is the kind of collaboration that will make a real difference in people's lives. And it's wonderful to see this moving forward. So I thank you for being here tonight and the work you're doing. And I'll look forward to seeing you at that open house. Thank you.
Councilor Carpenter.
Yeah, I'm going to start off by giving a big shout out to former councillor, Councillor Wall. Those who remember that this was first his brainchild, working with community organizations, and he brought it to council and he talked to all of us about it and came up that this is a good idea if we could get it off the ground and we could bring all the agencies together and provide the services in one location, and it helps all the agencies as well be able to finance their structure. It reduces expenses collectively for them, And we're committed to finding physical and mental health and community for our community members' social services in one location. And Willowbridge is community hub. They have the experience. They've been doing it for a long time and they're doing it well. So I so wholeheartedly support this program, and God bless you. It's a long ways to go. It's going to be a long road. It's going to be some headaches going down the road in the future, looking for fundraising. There's a lot going on in our community for fundraising, as you know. But this is a worthwhile project, and how you designed it on the location, what a terrific fit. And it's just so nice to see so many in tonight's agenda caring about our community the way they are. And that's what most of these resolutions are. And that's what you're doing. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councillor McCreary.
Chair, thank you. Councillor Martin and I had an opportunity to meet with these folks some time ago, and we had a number of questions which were resolved. I like this project for two reasons. Number one, it's a convergence of a lot of agencies that do a lot of good work under one roof, so folks don't have to chase down one agency after the other. You come through the front door and you're being looked after immediately. The other thing I like about this is the look of the project. I'm pleased to see that the architects haven't seen the need to fake up heritage to produce some ersatz view of what we have seen in the 1800s, but rather to create a building that speaks to our place and time. It is in a heritage district, but one needs only look across the street at that plaza to realize that this is a positive addition, and this heritage we're creating on that site. I like the fact that the architect has stepped the building back. I like the fact that the fenestration on the front alludes to the fact that it's a single entity, and that the stuff that steps back really gives you the impression that you're just looking at a two-story building. The choice of materials is phenomenal. I simply hope that you guys can get all the money you need so you don't have to cut corners, as we've seen happen on a project a number of blocks away. So congrats. I hope this comes to fruition, and I think you probably got everybody's wholehearted support here tonight.
Councillor Sless.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm really relieved to see the project come forward in the form it did, because I was really concerned. The first go we had at this really wasn't a starter. And you folks went back, you did your homework. You've obviously engaged folks that knew how to put this together in a package that would not only, I guess, accommodating council is one thing, but accommodating the neighborhood and accommodating the feeling of that entire area. And you've done that. And so you're to be commended, because I know there was some hurt feelings when you came forward, and Councillor Caputo and I said, we really can't support this in the form that it's in. But you bounced back, and I'm grateful for that, because it's something well needed, something I certainly support, but I just couldn't support it in the form that it was being put in that location. So congratulations, good luck with your fundraising. And like Councillor McCreary said, hopefully what you can fundraise will produce the building that we've seen this evening, because it's a beautiful building. So good luck with the project.
Seeing no further speakers, I'll say a few words before we call the vote. But if anyone has ever been a parent who's had a child that's in need of support, as I have, then you know how overwhelming that process can be. And you will be able to easily see the value in this collaboration of service groups. And everything's been said, but you have my commitment to continuing to support this project. I think it's important. Leslie, you've been advocating for this for so long, and your passion is evident, and the community has you to thank for this coming forward. So I thank you very much for your service, and I'm going to continue to support this moving forward. Seeing no further speakers, we're going to call the vote.
Item 7.2.7 carried unanimously on a recorded vote of 11-0. All those voting in favor are Mayor Davis, Councillor Sicoli, Sullivan, Caputo, Sless, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Samwell, and Tilburg. All right, we're going to now move forward to item 7.1.1, which is the Fire Master Plan Report. Now, I had a number of councillors in queue to speak and ask some questions when we were doing the presentation. So I'm just going to pick up that queue and give everyone fair opportunity. And up next, I had Councillor Sless.
Did you want your speaking opportunity still? Or your questions?
Yep, thanks, Madam Chair. Just a couple. When we went through this process a few years ago and we settled on the location for the current newest, was it number 4, the one coming off the 403 on Fairview. At that time, it was indicated that that would be, it was strategically put there that it could service the north part of the city, knowing that expansion was coming. Was that taken into consideration when you were laying out your?
Through you, Madam Chair, not aware of that piece that you just referenced. What we did was we did a very analytic overview, looking at the whole aspect of optimum places for your stations overall that took into account the risk within the community, your travel time to calls, incident types. We looked at like the historical incidents. We looked at growth that was going to occur in there or has already happened, deficiencies that you have within response areas. And then layered on top of that is the whole aspect of how many firefighters you can get on scene in a specific amount of time in order to mitigate anything that happens. So it's not as simple as saying, this is a good spot to put it. We put a lot of analytics into looking at the entire municipality. And that's why the recommendation to move Station 3 further north also gives you a much better coverage. And then not adding additional stations, but starting to look at how do you add additional trucks in the future, longer term future, to look at taking up the issues of making sure that you have enough staff on scene and the concurrent call loads. So all different calls happening at the same time in the same area. You need two different trucks to respond to those. That aspect.
Okay, does the moving of Station 3 further north put into jeopardy the folks that it's currently serving that are to the south?
Through you, Madam Chair, looking at that aspect when we did the station location study, the answer is no in the big picture of things. So when we start to look at it, you've got good coverage into that area from your headquarters station, adding Station 5 coming in, but also Station 3 coming down. We'll start to give that entire area coverage. Yes, when you move a station from one area to another area, you're not going to get there in 1 minute. You make it there in 4 minutes, right? Or you're not going to, because it's moved that much further away. But it's also going to benefit the municipality as a whole, and that's what we were taking into consideration, was that optimum station location, not just for today either, but for the future as well.
Okay, and just finally, you reviewed the equipment, and we're getting taller and taller buildings being built in the city. Did you contemplate the need for more specialized equipment to deal with these high-rise buildings?
Through you, Madam Chair, when we look at apparatus and tall buildings, the current apparatus that you would think about tall building, ladder trucks and things like that are aspects where you're only going to reach 7 stories, but you're building 13, 14, 20 story buildings. It's more about staffing and tactics than it is about having that specific specialized equipment. Now, you still need aerial apparatus and all that to deal with your mid-rise buildings or your larger industrial-based buildings. They provide different types of pieces. But when you're building 20-story buildings, you're now not looking at just buying an aerial truck. You're looking at the whole aspect of the proper number of staffing to deal with the proper number of people in there, plus the tactics and the training that goes along with that.
Thank you. Thanks for those answers. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Counselor Carpenter, or sorry, Counselor Martin. Sorry, you guys look the same, sorry.
They mix us up all the time. Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chairman. You're talking about moving Hall 3 north, so that's in the northeast. But then you also said Hall 5 would be in the northeast. Did you mean northwest?
Through you, Madam Chair, southeast.
Southeast.
Southeast, sorry, Station 5 southeast. If I said northeast, I apologize. I meant to say southeast.
Well, I knew northeast wasn't right, but I didn't know where you meant to put it. And I think in the report, it says the need to hire 10 firefighters a year before opening a new hall. What's the reason for that?
Well, what we're proposing there is to look at a phased in approach. So you're gonna need anywhere from 20 to 21 firefighters to staff a station, a truck in a station 24/7. What we're saying, instead of just going out and hiring all of them all in one year, spread it out over the aspect of your budgeting process, so it's not one big hit in 1 year and then 4 years down the road. It's about gradually building it into your budget area. We've seen a lot of departments do that successfully. It brings staff on. It will help you with effective response force earlier, meaning you have a larger number of firefighters on scene. You may not have a specific truck in place with 4 firefighters on it, but you start to build that into your program, and it becomes a more effective fire service coverage for the municipality.
Well, thank you for that. It's a much better answer than we got from the chief years ago when we opened Station 4. He pretty much lied to council and said, well, you can't put 24 rookies into a new hall.
Point of order.
Okay.
No, I think it's
We're
appropriate
gonna
in
be
this report that,
respectful in how we're approaching staff, please.
I think it's appropriate in this report how you say that it's 20 firefighters to open a new hall or introduce a new apparatus, which again is an improvement over previous chief.
We have a point of order.
I thought I heard a member of this council suggest that a fire chief was lying. Can I please have an apology for that? Or the fire chief at least?
I think we all heard that, and we'll look for an apology from Counselor Martin.
The previous chief was not truthful with council at the time. And I'm just reflecting that.
There's no way to verify that. So we're gonna, I think apology is in order.
Okay. I apologize. It was across the line.
Yeah, thank you. We'll move forward to Counselor Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your report. Is this report going to be made available on the city's website or on the firefighter website? Because generally the public doesn't have an idea of everything that our firefighters do and how we plan long into the future to make sure that we're well protected.
Through the chair, Fire Chief Todd Binkley, yes, the report will be made available through the website.
Okay, hopefully that's reported that you can get it on site, so that's important. So when we talk about this expansion of fire station number 3 and in the 4th ward, that's going to be moved more towards where the Powerline Road area is, Wayne Gretzky, because of the expansion. What's going to be the expansion lands north of Powerline Road going to look like Schiller's Lane in about a decade or so, and that's the plan for that expansion.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that is correct. Powerline Road and Wayne Gretzky Parkway area is in that, it's not built out yet. So to give you a right here.
Just generalize. I get that. And the concept here, when we moved Fire Station 2, we did move it quite a ways away from what was then Grand River Ave or Grand River Ave area, moving it farther north to where it is now. It's a beautiful station. But the Fire Station number 1 did not pick up that area as part of being a coverage area at the time. So the Fire Station 2 and Fire Station 1 cover those areas now?
I'm sorry, through you, Madam Chair, cover what areas?
Well, the south end near the Grand River on this side of the river. The Grand River.
So that's Station 4, is it not?
Through the chair, Station 1 and Station 2 both respond to those areas
That
currently.
gives them the coverage already, so.
That's correct.
I'm sorry, I've been a little challenged with
I
the
know.
geography in terms of
That's okay.
the reference points.
That's why the chief's here. And the other one would be, you know, you looked at all these services, like our first responders are actually, and the firefighters are the first ones usually on the scene, because we have stations all over the place, and our ambulance are sometimes tied up at the hospital, and police are with other things. So we're usually the first on scene, as I understand it. So is there any thought be given to extra paramedic services within the fire department, or any kind of thinking like that?
Through you, Madam Chair, that was not considered within our, the scope of our project here. We didn't, you know, we looked at the aspect of the response as it relates to medical calls. And, your response, to medical calls is, pretty standardized with what we see across the, most fire services in Ontario, across Canada, for a full-time city this size. So, you know, any expansion I would leave it to the chief to
Okay.
maybe perhaps discuss that.
Through the chair, as Mr. Beckett alluded to, most fire departments in Ontario don't run their own paramedic service. So that's a different ministry and not covered under the FPP.
But we have some training in medical services amongst our firefighters. Are they all given the same training, or is it?
Through the chair, all our firefighters are trained to the same standard and respond to medical emergencies.
Okay, and then one final question is, you talked about a training facility. I know that it's been the wish list for a training facility for many, many, many years. Is that, so that's on the docket there as things that should be recommended? And with that training facilities, that's also can be used by other firefighters, volunteer firefighters in County of Brant, firefighters from other jurisdictions. They use that training center could also be used for those purposes. And then there's funding that goes along with that from those fire stations from other communities. Is that not correct? How that works?
Through you, Madam Chair. So correct, we have a recommendation number 17 that identifies looking at a purpose-built training facility within the next 24 to 36 months, so 2 to 3 years. And I know the chief has been already working through that. How you operate that afterwards, I mean, there are opportunities to look at, you know, partnerships and things like that. But when you look at training facilities, you got to remember the purpose of that first off is to make sure that you're being able to utilize it. And I've been in departments where we've had it kind of rented out so much to make funds that our own staff couldn't get the time in there. So you got to be careful. That's
it's important that our staff get the training to be experts in the field with protecting us citizens in Brant.
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Up next, Councillor McCreary.
Chair, thank you. Welcome, guys, again. So to be clear, the investment in public safety that the fire plan alludes to will tide us over quite nicely for the full build out of the annex.
When you refer, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, when you refer to the annex, could you just give me a geographic location just so I make sure I got it right?
North.
North, yes. Okay.
Yes.
Yes, and that's a concept that we look at from, you know, when we looked at it from a response time model, when we looked at it from an effective response force, meaning the number of firefighters to mitigate a, you know, certain size emergency. You've got Station 3 being relocated up that area. You got Station 5 that would have a clean shot up Wayne Gretzky Parkway. Station 1 able to get in and Station 2 able to come across. You know, and adding additional staff into those stations, you know, in you know, a little bit beyond the lifespan of this document, will allow you to start to look at having that effective response forces being able to service your community properly.
And as we see new technology impacting on the fire service, like EV batteries and taller buildings, those are components in the training of our staff that get added on as necessary. Is that right?
Yes, and I think that's part of the programming that we continue to see across fire services. You know, it's about addressing the programming to meet the needs of your municipality based on the risks that you've identified.
In the document, when you say cost neutral, you mean no cost?
Cost neutral means no cost or negligible costs that aren't going to you know, have you know, the impacts on your operating budget
On page 10, when you say first due, what does that mean?
Let me just go to page 10 so I get the context, right?
And that's in Roman numerals for those of you watching at home.
Oh, in the executive summary, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So first due is a software program
Okay.
that is utilized for records management and dispatch capabilities.
Okay. Thank you.
So that's the reference there. First due could also be referenced as the first in unit responding, but in this case, it's the software.
When you say GIS-based predictive analysis model, could you clarify what you mean without using any of those words to clarify?
So through you, Madam Chair, what we mean is use technology to help identify areas within your municipality where risks happen and occur. There's lots of technology from mapping to software that will indicate, where your risks are, and it's about layering different pieces on top of each other. So it's not a one single source. It's looked at from a bigger analytics point of view.
Lastly, on page 13, you reference extrication at technician level. What does that mean?
So through you, Madam Chair, technician or extrication at a technician level, there's 3 different levels that the standards for training and certification look at. And it's an awareness level, it's an operation level, and it's a technician level. Technician level is the highest level for an operation for that training piece, that program. And what we're recommending is, looking at it from a technician standpoint. You've got the 403 that comes through here. You've got heavy trucks. You've got, different types of automobiles that are coming through at on a constant basis at varying speeds. And those collisions, those accidents, those things that occur are a lot more complicated than what you would see on your average residential road most of the time. So you need that added extra technical level to be able to deal with big rigs, school buses, transport trucks, things like that.
So it's a further training component?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we have no doubt that our fire service is an important component of the community social safety net in many different ways. And this report is intended to brief us as the oversight body that, one, we have a very effective fire service to protecting our community and what it is that the service needs to do to improve. At the same time, we have another role, and that is accountability to the taxpayer, that services are being delivered in a fiscally responsible manner. Can't lose sight of that. And certainly a mayor should not lose sight of it, since he or she's responsible for doing the budget each year. So my question to you is, my comparison would be police services. And we're trying to determine if we have an efficient police service, or delivering police services efficiently. We're always comparing ourselves to other communities. The number of sworn officers per capita, the cost per capita, the number of calls per capita, crime rate per capita, and also response times. And so I found Schedule C, and you have some of that data, but you don't do it on a per capita basis. So it's hard to compare it to other community. You have like the total number of calls we have and the total number of calls in Pickering, but you really need to have it per capita so you can compare apples to apples. So can we have, by the council meeting, can we have some of that data that I just referred to, which is in the report, but it's not, you haven't gone the step further to give us per capita. A lot of that's in Schedule C.
Through you, Madam Chair, we'll take that back, okay, and be able to provide back to the chief.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the other question I have is now down into the recommendations. I found this one kind of fascinating. It's recommendation 14B, and it says redesign the pre-planned program to incorporate detailed tactical considerations such as apparatus positioning, attack stair locations, refugee floors, and other strategic considerations. So my question to the Chief Binkley, I mean, I'm not surprised, but do we have detailed plans for not every property in the city, but a number of properties? So if there is an incident, the fire crews arriving know exactly kind of what to do and where to go. And do we have those kinds of
Through the chair.
detail to a specific property or building?
Through the chair, yes, we have a pre-planning program that looks at some of the higher risk, more complicated buildings and looks at some of the factors of those buildings. So crews arriving have that information at their touch of their hand with their computers.
Yeah, well, that's, yeah, I commend the service. That sounds like a great idea. That when they arrive at a particular incident or fire, they've got a pretty good idea what they're going to be dealing with and how they're going to deal with it. How many buildings would that apply to? There are like 100 in Brantford, 200?
Through the chair, I'm not sure exactly the exact number, but it's usually 40, 50 buildings that we look at every year annually.
Okay. And those are buildings that have a particular risk factor.
Through the chair, there are buildings that would typically have more life safety risks or have more complicated material. F1s are more complicated industrial properties.
Okay. And the recommendation is digitize all pre-plans and integrate them into CAD GIS systems. So I assume that's talking about what it is that our fire crews are seeing on the screen. So it's better oriented to specific properties and.
Through the chair, I believe the recommendation is speaking to utilizing our new RMS system to advance that pre-plan program to allow for strategic apparatus placement, more detailed planning, more available information for our incident commanders on scene.
Okay, great. Thanks very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, and through you. So the resolution says that this is to cover us for the next 5 to 7 year community planning horizon. And then we discussed a training facility 2 to 3 years out, which is 2029. So 5 to 7 years is 2031 to 2033. And then Fire Hall 5 in 2032. And then the move of Station 3 to the north, Power Line Gretzky Parkway area in 2035. So I guess my first question is, what's the time frame that we're looking at from where we start saying, okay, we're going to build this to when it's actually open and servicing our community? And I'm imagining from building Fire Station 2, there's a history there with, whether it's site selection and getting the actual station built so that it's there to service the community.
Through the chair, I'd say it's approximately 2 years from site selection, going through the design process and then the build. I think, and that kind of reflects the recommendation of bringing those staffing resources in a little bit 2 year advance of that actual completion of the station.
Okay, that's actually good. So thank you for that, Chief Binkley. I will tell you that as someone that lives directly behind Station 3, I sit at my front, adjacent to my front window, and every single night of the week, there are just in the small window of time that I'm sitting there, which is probably 8 till midnight, probably 2 or 3 trucks that are leaving Station 3 and going north. Is that a fair observation that we definitely do need to move Station 3 further north? Because I mean, I don't know how many are driving south from Station 3, but certainly from my perspective, the location of Station 3 and moving it to the north, which we've discussed is now maybe 10 years out, might be something, because I feel like there's going to be a very large residential area well within 10 years. And we already have, just from someone that sits there watching TV. There's a constant run up Park Road North of trucks, just in the small time frame that I'm observing it.
So through you, Madam Chair, when we look at the optimum locations, and we did a station location study back in 24 for the chief, looking at optimum areas for a relocation of Station 3 and the new Station 5. And this was all based on not just, current call volumes, but also looking at future growth, concurrent call load, things happening, calls happening at the same time in the same area, getting the number of firefighters into that area, quicker, the right numbers. And it was all, so to sit there and say, Station 3, to move Station 3 because the trucks are going north right now. Station 3 is actually not in a bad location right now for your current situation. But as soon as you have growth to the north there, you need additional fire protection up in that north because it's outside that area. But by adding Station 5, the additional apparatus, you then can cover the existing Station 3 area, and it optimizes. So instead of adding an additional station, by relocating, you've now optimized your total response for the city. It's a cost avoidance of an additional station. Doesn't mean that you don't need less apparatus down the road and less firefighters, but it means you don't have that capital cost of an additional station.
Yeah, no, I'm totally supportive of the move to the north, because I already know just from sitting there that there's a significant amount of activity that's heading to the north. I'm just wondering if we're able to wait 10 years in order to have that station relocated to the north. I think well within 10 years, we're going to have a significant amount of residential development that's even going to be putting more pressure on those calls that are going to the north.
Through you, Madam Chair. So again, and I preface this in the original presentation, this is a snapshot in time today. Based on the best information we have on growth patterns, things have stalled in growth. We've taken that into consideration. But as a council, and as for the fire chief, you've got to continue to evaluate this on an annual basis. And if all of a sudden you see growth and call volumes and things occurring further on, you may have to escalate the build of that. And we've prefaced that in the report. But at the same time, if all of a sudden everything stalls at the north and nothing happens, you may want to push this back a couple more years. This is our best guess estimate based on the facts and information that we were able to obtain on growth patterns that we see today.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for the report. I'm certainly supportive of the initiatives that are outlined.
Councillor Samwa.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. First, I want to thank you for this very, very, very thorough report. So this plan clearly lays out what it takes to keep our community safe today and as Brantford continues to grow. The demand for our fire service is increasing, and this comes with a need for additional firefighters, a new station in the southeast, and keeping deployment aligned with how our city is changing. Those are real needs identified through the data, risk, and lived experience of our firefighters. I also appreciate that this plan emphasizes prevention, public education, and use of data to reduce risk, because the safest call is the one that never has to happen. I also want to take a moment and highlight the focus on people within the service. There is a clear commitment to training, mentorship, succession planning, and investing in the firefighters we have, and preparing for future leaders is critical to keeping the service strong. So for me, it's about balance. It's about recognizing the growing needs of our fire service and the expectations of our residents. When they call for help, it'll be there quickly and ready. This plan shows us what's needed to protect our community, and it will be our responsibility not just to support it, but to follow it through all the way, that is responsible, realistic, and gets the results for our residents. So I'll be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Okay, I do have some second time speakers, but I'm going to take a moment for myself at this point and ask a couple questions. I wanted to cycle back to something we've spoke about a few times, and that's recommendation number 17. That's the Skills Development Training Center. And I know that we've already been doing a bunch of work on this, so I thought maybe this could be a good time to highlight some of the work that's already begun on moving this facility forward. And perhaps, Chief, did you want to take a moment and highlight sort of where we are with this facility? And
Through the chair to you, staff are still working with the ministry to try to obtain some funding for that source. And if we're successful, we'll bring something back before council to try to get a training facility built here in Brantford.
okay, so this is in the hands of the ministry, and we'll cross our fingers and look to the province for that support. And I think it's going to be a really great project. I will speak to this quickly because the city's growing. It's growing rapidly, and it's just demonstrated in the fact that we've had to look at this report earlier than anticipated. The last master plan was done in 2019, and we've already had to come back to the table and look at it. So kudos to the chief for recognizing that, because I think in this case, this is an area where we can't afford to be reactive, and being proactive actually saves lives. So this is a really smart thing that we're doing. And I know that the complexities of the emergencies that we're responding to are changing. And as we start to build up, that's been alluded to, the way that the crew and the firefighters respond to these calls has to change. The duration of time that they're staying at this call is growing. The industrial sector is changing, and the way that we have to respond to these calls is changing and evolving. And that's why I really wanted to highlight that skills development training facility, because it'll give us a place to give our first responders a place to go and to develop and to grow and to be ready for those calls when they come in. So I really look forward to seeing that roll out. And I look forward to seeing how we can incorporate as many of these recommendations into our budget process next year. That should be a super fun exercise for those of us that are still around for that. And I want to thank you for all of the effort that went into this. And again, for recognizing that we needed to review this a little bit sooner. I would much rather deal with this proactively than reactively. So thank you very much. And I do have a second time speaker in the queue, and that is Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For my time working in Toronto, one of the things I noticed was townhouse complexes don't seem to have any rhyme or reason as to how they number their units. With the community systems on the trucks now, do they get a map of the complex that they're going to? So they know which way to turn once they enter the complex?
Through the chair, our crews do respond with a map in front of them. It is limited to that is provided with the information that is on with like Google Earth or whatever the software system they use to provide that mapping.
Okay, so they have an indication of which way the particular unit might be.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah, that makes a huge difference when you're responding to a fire. And the other thing in the report that I like is the upstaffing of some of the apparatus that we have existing. That's something I suggested back when we were opening Station 4, but unfortunately I wasn't listened to then. So I'm happy to see it in this report. So I'll be supporting this report. I think it's very thorough, very intense, and I'm quite happy with the information in there, with the possible exception of hiring a year early for the station. Personally, I don't think that's necessary, but you give a good argument for it. Thank you.
Councillor McCreary, second time.
Chair, thank you very much. Well, I think when you look at this fire plan, you come to the realization that provision of public safety is becoming far more complex and certainly a lot more expensive. And I guess if we're going to continue to provide the level of care to the community that they've become accustomed to, we have to make these investments in the next term of council. Perhaps not all of them, but I think we all have confidence that the chief and his management team and the rank and file folks can certainly establish what those spending priorities will be year by year over the next 4 years and beyond as well. So pretty thorough document. I'm glad we have professionals to interpret all this stuff because most of it's beyond what your average counselor can comprehend or understand. And God bless you.
Seeing no further speakers, we'll call the vote on this item. Sorry, Councillor Carpenter.
Sorry about that. Just something that hasn't been mentioned yet in the report and then the activities, it talks about the education level. I'm glad that that's a big part of this report is the education, not only of the members of our force, but also the community as part of this project, the community outreach. I'm really impressed with to see that. And I just wanted to say that our fire department and our firefighters are out in our community all the time. In fact, they're in their Rotary Run. Thank you. And but they're involved in the community in a big way that the community recognizes them, can ask them questions, understand how the fire service works and what they do. And that's a big important role in our community for the youngsters or at the events that we have at the party, things that go on in the park, movies in the park and the fire trucks that the kids get fire hats. They all learn about checking the smoke detectors and all the things that they need to keep safe. So thank you for that program. And it's nice to see that it's enhanced there. I think you added a vehicle in there, more increased education. So thank you.
Now we're going to call the vote.
Item 7.1.1 carried unanimously on a recorded vote of 11-0. All those voting in favor are Mayor Davis, Councillors Secoli, Sullivan, Caputo, Celeste, McCrary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Samuel, and Van Tilburg.
Okay, we are going to move on to item 7.1.2, the Economic Development Year in Review. And Councillor Carpenter, I had you in the queue to ask questions for that after the presentation. Did you want to?
Just they most of them been asked. I just want to make sure that staff are available. You highlighted 3 industries in that report, and I remember being at those 3 industries with Mayor Davis as part of our review of industries. I just want to make sure I can get a couple hard copies of those to deliver to those 3 industries to show them our economic development report and how they made a part of it. That's the only thing I have to ask you. The report speaks for itself. Thank you.
Councillor Samuel.
Thank you. Just a quick comment actually on this report. So what really stands out to me is the momentum that we're seeing with new business and job creation and continued investment across our community. That tells a strong story about where Brantford is right now, and it reflects the way that this work is coming together. So supporting local entrepreneurs while continuing to attract new opportunities. I just wanted to thank staff because there's a lot of work behind the scenes that goes into supporting businesses, building relationships, and moving this forward, and it's appreciated. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Mayor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this report and economic development has become more critically important. It's always important, but more critically important for 2 reasons. One, what's been happening in the US, our community is vulnerable because we do have many industries in town that 80% of what they make goes to the US. Also, we've had various incentive programs that have, I think, had a major impact on the amount of housing constructed in this city. And so that's brought people to our city. And the challenge is to keep up with that growth in population, a similar increase in your job base. And so that's why it's been particularly important. And I want to congratulate Joe and his staff over the last 1.5 years. I think they've responded very well when the call went out early last year to develop a strategy to deal with the unique economic circumstances we were facing. And it's interesting how that, and I've been quite involved in it as well. And it's interesting how that has evolved over time. To begin with, was collecting a lot of information. We're doing an industrial directory. But as it turns out, not surprising to me, it's the networking that you build when you have a really effective economic development program. For example, the trade mission Mr. Moore and I did in Europe. Today we had a German trade official that was in Brantford, partly because of the contacts that we made last September. We've had a group come in from Dubai that we arranged to meet with businesses in Brantford that produce product that can sell into that trade network. And that's proving to be a very beneficial relationship for a number of local industries. But I would say this, that I think our greatest challenge when it comes to our economy and seeing that our economy continue to grow and expand so that we provide our residents with options and opportunities when it comes to employment. It's focusing and the next council needs a laser light focus to get those boundary lands serviced and online, because we've done a great job with kind of infilling industrial development with what we have, in Bernida in the Northwest. We're pretty much hitting the end of that now. And it's critical that we bring those lands on that are north of the 403 on Oak Park Road. And that is going to be the key for the continued economic success of this community, because the reality is you have to have a strong economy to have a strong city. And if you want the kinds of programs that many people ask for, whether it's, say it's a performance arts center, or it's additional green programs, or electrification of your buses, it's extremely expensive. And the only way you can do that is because your tax base is increasing and you have a strong economy. Otherwise, you can't meet the demands that many people have. So the two go hand in hand. A strong economy, a growing economy, well managed, provides opportunities and employment, keeping our children in our community and not having to leave to find employment opportunities elsewhere, and gives us the tax base that we can afford to provide the programs and services that our residents have come to expect. So with that, that's all I want to say about this report. Thank you.
Counselor Samwell. You already went. I have no further speakers. We'll call the vote.
Item 7.1.2 carried unanimously on a recorded vote of 11-0. All those voting in favor are Mayor Davis, Councillor Secoli, Sullivan, Caputo, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Samuel, and Van Tilburg.
Okay, and at this point, we're just going to call a 5-minute recess for a refreshment break.
He's off.
All right, we're going to start momentarily. Okay, we're going to begin, call the meeting back to order, take up the rest of the separated items on our agenda. Up next, we have item 7.1.5, which is the Economic Development, Tourism, Cultural Initiatives Committee Report. Both items 1 and 2 have been separated. I asked for item 1 to be separated, so I'm going to just ask a few questions first. The Parquet Stage name, I don't know if there's someone here who can speak to that. But reading this report, my understanding is that we had discussion here at committee and we decided we did not like the name. And then we referred it back to the committee to consult with the public or to review it. And my understanding from the report is the committee just said no and then sent it back here. And I'm just curious if is that something they can do? Is that like, what's going on with that? Maybe we can get some insight into that.
Through the chair, I'm Kara Davey, Manager of Tourism, Culture, and Sport. That's correct. The direction from council was to take the report back to the committee and talk about some new names, involve the Brant Historical Society, and then survey the public. At this meeting, the committee strongly felt and unanimously voted to keep the original suggested name that was voted on by the public. Also unanimously supported not surveying the public again because of survey fatigue, and they felt that the public had already weighed in on this topic, and then asked us to take it back to council with this suggestion.
Okay, so did they look at other names? Like how many names were brought forward?
Through the chair,
80 something.
Many committee members did bring additional names, especially Brant Historical Society. They had a long list of names that had historical significance based on the location in Brantford, artist names, that kind of thing. But even the Brant Historical Society recommended that they go with the public suggestion of the original name. And so that's why the decision was to bring it back, as that was the committee's feeling, amongst discussing other names, including names that were suggested as the write-in component from the public too.
Okay, given that there were so many other names that could have been considered, we'll say, I find this response a little cheeky, to be honest. I don't know that I'm like in love with the process that we've kind of gone through here. But I'm just gonna put a pin in it. I see some other people looking to speak to it, and I just wanted to bring it forward because it was a very interesting roundabout way of saying like no to the direction. And I do see Councillor Hunt had her hand up to speak to this. So I'm just going to listen to what everyone else has to say on it and see where it goes from there. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, and through you. So I am one of the people that does sit on the advisory committee as a council representative. So there was a Let's Talk Brantford. There was public consultation done. And the name, the Market Street Stage, was as a result of that public consultation, was the top name that was selected. And there was a feeling amongst the committee that you go out and do public consultation, and then we get a recommendation from that committee that's based on the public consultation, that we've already done the work. We've already gone out and asked the public what they think the name of the stage should be. And there were other names that were on the list that were considered as part of the public consultation. But the number one name by far was the Market Street Stage. So there was a feeling amongst the, we'll say the citizen appointees, the committee as a whole, that we already did that work. And do we not like, what do we look like as a city if we go back out and ask the same question? Just because somebody didn't like the answer. So there was an overwhelming majority of the people that took the time to engage in the public consultation, and the chosen name was the Market Street Stage. So because there's council direction to go back to the advisory committee for hopes of another name and instruct us to go back and ask the question again of the public, you know, this is the naming of a stage. But when you do public consultation, the entire rationale for doing it is to get what the public wants or what the public feels. So the fact that council didn't necessarily like it does not change the fact that we did the public consultation, and there was a feeling that why would, you know, we did it, why would we go back and basically ask the same question, expecting or hoping for a different result? So the Economic Development, Tourism and Cultural Initiatives Advisory Committee did the work, sent the initial report to council with the name, and when they got it back, there was I would say a feeling that not only did the committee recommend the name, but also the public that was consulted wanted that name. And it was not the Market Street Stage and then the next name in the queue was 2 votes. It was a significant number of people that chose that name. So that's to give it some history. And I just think from a council that worked very hard on our public consultation framework, I do agree with the committee that I think just because we don't like what the public says doesn't mean that we should not take their feedback and their consultation under advisement.
Councillor Samwell.
Thank you. So I'll just add a little bit to what Councillor Hunt said as well. So I also was at the meeting when the committee was discussing this, and I don't think that it was intended to be anything but the fact that they believed in what they were doing by sending the name back. They wanted to uphold the decision of the community. It was, you could feel how strongly everyone felt about that, even the people that were online and in the room. It was a unanimous decision, and it was even discussed about the work that we had done on the public consultation task force and the work that we had done there. That was brought up by a member, just basically saying that, you know, this is, you know, we just did all of that work around public consultation and we asked for feedback, and we should be listening to the community about that. And so I just wanted to point out again that this was a unanimous decision. I think that it probably took a lot of courage for the committee to send this back to council this way. But they felt that strongly that it was the right thing to do. And so, yeah, that's what I got. Thanks.
Mayor Davis.
Yeah, this is gonna give me great pains to do this, but this stage in my term, I'm calling a spade and dealing with reality and being pragmatic. The original vision for this was beautiful, that this would be a stage, that there would be spontaneous performances, open mic. It would become a neat little cultural part of our downtown. Is that what happened? No. I mean, I drive by there every day. I mean, I work downtown. When I drive home, I see it every day. I'll tell you what happened. Despite this vision, which is a great vision. I mean, we all bought into it and we all supported it. What's happening is there might have been 3 performances there last summer. Beats and Eats, there was something at the end of the library season, and there might have been 1 or 2 other. The other 180 days that something has happened there on this stage, I can tell you what it is. It is, I gotta be careful here, what some people would call it offensive loitering. Loitering that is, has an element of social disorder and chaos to it. Similar to what you see, unfortunately, other parts of the downtown. It's become a magnet for that. And it hasn't changed. I drove by there tonight on the way here. Same thing. So it's become a magnet for that. It encourages that, which if you listen to the public, that is probably one of the major criticisms people have of the downtown. And so given all that, it pains me, but I'm going to put an amendment on the floor, and I believe Councillor Martin's going to support it. And it's for 7.1.51 that A, B, C be struck and that replaced by A, and A would be that no name need be provided for the parkhead stage and that the parkhead stage be removed. And I believe Councillor Martin's prepared to second that. I realize that this will cause controversy, but you know what? I'm no stranger to controversy, and I do what I think is right for my community. And I think this is the right thing to do. Maybe once we've invested and we have a totally redesigned streetscape downtown with Colburn and Delizzy Street, we can do this. But unfortunately, I don't think this one-off attempt has been successful. And in fact, it is proving counterproductive for those who want to go to the library, and it's creating issues with the student residents there. So put it on the floor, we'll see how it goes.
Councillor Caputo to the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to support the amendment because I don't think it's what we need to be doing. I think there's a point where we need to hopefully either better manage or give it out to a group that will actually manage that area and make it what it's supposed to be. If our goal is to start bringing people into the downtown core, I don't think eliminating something that's going to bring people down there is going to be doing it. And because we really haven't done our part in making it that way, I certainly can't support it. But I do have a question for staff. How long have we actually had that stage in place?
Through the chair, it went in June 2025.
So we basically had it for under a year. So let's give it a chance. I think we need to police it better? By all means. Do we need to have something go down there that can avoid having that, what did you call something, loitering? Looked at? By all means, but definitely I'm not supporting the amendment.
Councillor Hunt to the amendment.
So speaking to the amendment is basically to get rid of the stage, and the actual resolution is what we're naming the stage. So we certainly didn't go back to the committee to discuss options to get rid of the stage. And is that really fair of us to get rid of the stage? There was support for it. And actually I'll go through, Madam Chair, I'll go through you to staff. I mean, Kara, give us some of the history behind what the impetus was for us to even formalize this stage. I mean, there was stuff from my understanding of being on the committee, there was actually activity happening there in an informal setting. And then we kind of formalized it again from a consultation perspective. So if you can just kind of give us a little history on that, Kara.
Through the chair, the history of the stage dates back to 2023 when it was brought forward by a committee member as a notice of motion. Back then, the notice of motion was that it be named the Lauren Harris stage. And there was debate at that time about going to the committee for consultation. But the point of the stage was to have events that would be planned by city staff in partnership with community members who it would be available for pop-up performances and busking. And so that was the intent of the stage. Because the process of painting the mural and extended over into 2025 season, the furniture and stage didn't go in until June 2025. And then we had Beats and Eats in August 2025. There was another event in July, and there was a library event as well. So there's 3 programmed events. Staff hadn't marketed it yet to the public as a space that would be available for busking. That was on the agenda for 2026. Once we had photos and proven history of success with Beats and Eats, we would use those photos and use those as examples of how the space could be used. And then we would market it this year for the community use. So we have not yet to do that portion of it.
Okay. Counselor Samwell?
Thank you. So I'm going to start speaking to the amendment by saying this is probably the one and only time that Counselor Caputo and I are on the same side of things. So what I would say is that there are some big plans in place to make this stage successful, and the community doesn't deserve to not have nice things because it's difficult to manage. This location was already somewhat difficult, as are other areas throughout our city, but we're not just going to give up on them as well too. So I think that we're going the wrong direction if we're looking at taking this stage away today, and I'm very disappointed to see this being part of the conversation.
Counselor Carpenter?
Thank you. Well, I wasn't prepared for a very different discussion that we're having, but I think, Madam Chair, you raised it last time actually, of the issue about not just any stage, but no stage. I think to the mayor's amendment, really. So this came about because there was problems in this location. In fact, it was a place where addiction and drugs were being done, and they were being done from sometimes in the front lobbies of the library or up around the corner there, which is now the stage area. And there was a thought that painting the wall and putting a mirror up there and building a stage would encourage a lot of people to do activities there that weren't that. And that's not what's resulted. And I think that's what the concern is, as the mayor says, it hasn't changed. And that's up to the community to make that happen, as has been said. So I'm not really, I'd like to hear more debate, but I think the idea, the concept before when the stage was actually in Victoria Park, we're having bands there that we structured regular basis, that there was always some of those issues in place, but the more people you get around an area, the less of those issues you get. And that's what the whole idea of us generally as a council trying to build the intensification of downtown population in Brantford, the downtown center, to alleviate some of those concerns, some of those issues, have more people on the street, more people involved in the local taverns and on the in the venues for playing music and even street music. So, but this might be a little bit too early. Maybe we should just put it all on hold as opposed to eliminating it completely and then see what we can do. I'm not sure if eliminating it altogether was the right answer, but maybe putting it on hold temporarily till we can structure something or structure some security there. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Van Tilburg?
Thank you, Chair. I do not even see how the amendment is germane to the resolution. The resolution is strictly about naming the stage that exists. It's been going back and forth to the committee based on the name, not on its existence. So I think that in itself is misleading, and we shouldn't even be considering this, and it should be removed. And I'd ask the chair to rule on that. That being said, after the chair rules, I'm going to say if it's still there, I won't be supporting it. It is the wrong thing to do. We have issues happen with all events all throughout the areas of the downtown, and quite frankly, all the way up and down Colburn Street to Alexander Park and what have you. And we don't just say, because there's some bad things that happen, we don't do it. When we look, and we've already heard that there's an economic plan, a development for that area, and that they've prepped for it. And that, one of the delays was somebody wanted to have a mural on the location. So we, more of these things happen. Now we're ready. I would say, if anything, we should be given to the test. And the other thing is that we have to do is support exactly what the public gave us, which this was regarding a name change to the Market Street Theater. So with that, I won't be supporting the amendment.
Counselor Slass?
Yeah, I think you run into a problem when you let the few dictate to the many.
Chair, are you going to rule on whether the amendment is germane?
Is that a formal point of order? I wasn't sure because you kept talking after
That
that.
is, that's what
I
I've
am,
asked.
I think, based on the fact that I've let the conversation go on so far, I'm ruling that it is in order. Counselor Sless?
I'll continue. Yes, as I said, Madam Chair, we've got a problem when the few dictate to the many. We've got a number of magnets downtown. We all know where they are. We all know, we can identify them. On one hand, I think probably the hot spots in the downtown core. A lot of them is private business and we can't tell them to leave, although they're creating the same situation. So, but I think, as somebody said, there's a plan for downtown to rejuvenate, to a lot of things are going on downtown. We're spending an awful lot of money downtown. And I think that this is one of the pieces of the overall downtown experience once the whole plan has been implemented. So I think it would be short-sighted on our behalf to pull the plug on something that really, in under a year, really hasn't had a chance to grow its wings, to become integrated into the downtown and the experience that people can expect when they go there. Now they see something they don't want to see, so they don't go there. But if they see things they want to see, then they would go there. And I think we're premature in trying to shut something down that really hasn't had a chance to get going. So I won't be supporting it. I will be supporting the fact that I think that the opinion of the many should outrule the opinion of the few. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Counselor McCreary?
Chair, thank you. This is the danger in, as Councillor Starkey would say, pursuing with ad hocery. I wonder if staff would be aware whether or not there's ever been a SEPTED analysis of this space. Crime prevention through environmental design.
Through the chair to the counselor. Unfortunately, I'm not aware of whether or not one has been completed, but we can take that as friendly direction and have one completed.
Yeah, I think that there's two things at play here. I'll come to the other one after the amendment has been dealt with. But I think if the space can be made to work, it's important to recognize whether the space can be made to work because of the inherent design and the private nature of the space. So I'm not going to support that amendment tonight, but I think we ought to really, we probably have staffers that are trained in SEPTED, if not the Brantford Police Force certainly has. And I think that's something we'll pursue following the crushing defeat of the amendment that's on the floor. Thank you.
Seeing no further first-time speakers, I am gonna comment a few things on this topic because I think good leadership is being willing to accept that sometimes our good intentions don't execute the way that we intend them to be. And we can be compassionate without accepting chaos. And that is the second time that I've said this tonight because it's so true. And I've spoken about this before, and I just don't see how this parquet will have the opportunity to be used in its intended way. Like if I were an individual who wanted to play music for the people and just got joy out of that, that's probably the last place I'm going to go, is to be in the middle of this enclosed space with some individuals who are participating in or undesirable behaviors in that area. It's not become a welcoming area. We've had to remove the benches to discourage people from hanging out there. We've had to remove anything that makes it look nice, plants and things like that. Like, I just don't think this is going to execute the way we intended. And I think there's better places to put a parquet, and maybe the farmer's market is a great option for encouraging that type of activity. And I think it was a really good idea. I just don't think that it's executing in its current location. And And, you know, we're constantly being asked, all of us, I can't be the exception, what we're doing to clean up downtown and what we're doing to encourage or discourage open drug use. Um, at this point, all we can say is that we've built a really nice shelter for them to go and hang out and participate in open drug use, because that's what's happening. And I'll call a spade, and I'm not going to call it something as other counselors have called it, but that's what's happening there. People are using drugs. There's needles being left behind. I don't see how it's going to become what we want it to be. So I am going to support this. I don't know if it's going to pass. But at the end of the day, we're all going to have to look at the residents in the eye who are asking us to clean up downtown. And we're going to have to explain to them that we had an opportunity to do something and we didn't. So I'm going to support disassembling this parquet. And I would be open to having a look at some other locations. I think we have better locations that will not be attracting this type of behavior. Now, I do have Mayor Davis as a second-time speaker.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm not at all surprised that pretty clear that this amendment won't pass, but I didn't really expect that it would. It was really about doing what I can as a member of this council to highlight, you know, a very serious issue with this initiative. And you got to remember, this is not an initiative that came from staff. It's not an initiative that came from any one councillor, even the ward councillors, but it was routed through them. This came from a group in the community that a great vision. You know, I think thinking of other communities where these things have been very successful in changing the atmosphere of or adding a diversity and interest and activity to certain areas in other communities. Not pretty common in Europe, you see this sort of thing. But the problem is, I don't know what was going through their minds, but I think the expectation was the stage is built, the city spent the money, now it's going to be a success because the city will make it a success. Well, it's not a city project. It's a project given to us by the community. We paid for it and did it, and now we expect the community to make it successful. Last year, that didn't happen. And for those of us that are in the downtown daily, we saw it firsthand. It did not succeed. Last year, it was an abysmal failure because the community did not rally around and make it successful. This is kind of a warning shot, this amendment, a red flag to the community that supports this. You got to make it work, and don't think somebody else is going to make it work for you. Those of you that pushed for this, you have to make it work. You've now got the stage set. You have the area. You've got to generate some entertainment there, some artistry there to make it successful. And if that doesn't happen, then I suspect if this resolution is brought before the next council at the end of this summer, probably it's going to succeed. I predict it will. I hate to be so negative, but I think, so that was my intent by doing this. I didn't really think this council in its wisdom would accept this resolution tonight, but it is, I'm trying to do it in a sort of advice mode that this isn't working. It's going to fail again, I suspect, if the community doesn't rally around and make it successful. So, there.
Let's call the vote on the amendment. Sorry, Councillor Carpenter, did you want a second time?
Yes, if I may for a minute.
Thank you.
I wasn't going to, but this keeps having this discussion that we're trying to clean up our downtown from those doing drugs and other nefarious things that are downtown. I got news for you. It's happening all over the city. It's not just downtown. Just downtown, you can see it more clearly. It's happening all up Colbert Street, every hotel along Colbert Street. So these issues are not a downtown issue. They are citywide community issues. And I hope no one gets the idea that, well, we're going to push them out of the downtown into somebody else's neighborhood, and then it'll be their problem, and then we'll deal with that as another process. You know, it has to do with, there's a lot more to this than that. But the issue here is about whether this facility works or can work. And it would be nice if it could, but it hasn't. The history has it that it hasn't. And we need to find, I don't think we can expect community groups to manage public spaces where these kinds of things are occurring, whether they're in my ward up Coburn Street or whether they're downtown. I think the city has to play a role in security in our downtown and making these areas the purpose that we build them for. They need to be secured for that reason, and we have to play a role in that. There's a cost to dealing with addiction and mental health lack of treatment. The province is not provided for treatment, full treatment wraparound services.
We'll call the vote on the amendment.
And that amendment lost on a recorded vote of 8-3. All those voting in favor was Mayor Davis, Councillor Sokoli, and Councillor Martin. Those opposed were Councillor Sullivan, Caputo, Sless, McCreary, Hunt, Carpenter, Samuel, and Van Tilburg.
So with that, we're left with the amendment or the resolution as originally presented. Any speakers? Councillor McCreary.
I have a further amendment to add, and that amendment would be twofold. And I'm mulling over whether this is a referral or a deferral, but I'll lay out the 2 points of interest. First of all is a CPTED analysis of the space. And secondly is appending the longstanding policy of park naming and park feature naming. We do have policy around this. So I would move that this be referred to staff for preparation and receipt of those 2 items by this council, seeking a seconder.
We have a seconder in Councillor Martin.
Yes, and let me iterate my reasoning here. You can see that 3 people were quite willing to support this tonight. And had there been some evidence to back that up, I would have supported it as well. And I suspect that there may come a point when a CPTED analysis may very well tell us that there's nothing we can do to make this space work to be secure for folks who want to enjoy it in terms of participating in the arts. Secondly, I'm not so sure that we're on the right track here with respect to how this whole process unfolded with naming this feature. We saw tonight that council chose to name another park feature. That was something accomplished by this council, which in my recollection supersedes the park naming policy. That the park naming policy was twofold. One, that it could be done in a consultative fashion. The other is that council could do it. So I think it would behoove us to obtain those 2 pieces of evidence and then make a decision about whether to name the park feature or to throw up our hands and concede that it's not going to work. Thank you.
Councillor Carpenter to the amendment.
And I want the amendment split. There's two questions there that are 2 completely different questions. I'm okay with having a CPTED analysis. I'm not okay with saying we're going to send it back to staff. So members of council could comment to staff, I like this name or I like that name or whatever option might appeal. And we went to the community and we asked the community what the name is. So if you're going to name it, you name it what the community is. Otherwise, the whole process for asking the community what they think doesn't seem very clear or transparent when, okay, I don't like the name. In fact, I remember when it first came up, there was all kinds of names thrown out about how hum the name was. Well, Market Street was a pretty
I
popular
may
name.
interject a point of order. The amendment was clear that it's asking for CPTED plus the park's naming policy. Perhaps it could be shown on the screen so the speakers could understand what they obviously
You're just asking
do not.
for a copy of our park naming policy to be presented, is my
CPTED,
understanding.
Parks naming.
But it's not, it's deferring this as well, is it not?
It's referring it back to staff and then reporting back with the
But it's
the
referring
CPTED
the whole
report.
concept of naming it.
And as well as providing
Yeah.
a copy of our park naming policy. We're not commenting necessarily to the.
Right. Okay, that's exactly, well, it's still the same thing as going back and having our policy reported back to us. So it gives us options to choose different names. I'm not going to support the second part of this resolution or recommendation because it's deferring naming of this facility even once again. And the argument I'm making is that if you're going to name it what the public asked you to name it. Otherwise, why ask the public at all? And then the public's gonna think to us, well, what does my voice matter at council? They don't really care what I say because they just change it, or they ask for a policy review. So I'm not supporting a second half of the, Septed, sure, always in favor of looking for safety, but I'm not supporting the second part of this amendment.
Thank you. Counselor Samwell.
Thank you. And through you to staff, I did have a question, before we, decide on this amendment. I was wondering if the activations and the different things that you have planned for the parquet, what would the timeline look for that? And will this amendment or this referral delay that process?
Through the chair, I don't believe it would defer the process because we could just continue to market the space as we had intended. No.
Okay, thank you for that. So to the amendment, so I will support SEPTED, and I look forward to also seeing a motion that comes forward to do whatever those recommendations are needed to make it safer. And I would like a separate vote for the second half, please. So separate for those pieces.
So noting that a few members have called for a separate vote. I am gonna speak quickly, seeing nothing else, no one else looking to speak in the queue, but it's been alluded to that we don't like what the public said, or we're going against what the public has selected. And let's be absolutely clear. The public selected 81 different names. We just said, maybe we can look at something else. Maybe one of those other names has a little more pizzazz. So let's not suggest that we're ignoring what the public has said. The public provided 81 different names. We asked to have a look at what some of those other names would be. So the public consultation was a valuable piece in this, should we decide to name it. But you know, we're not disregarding what the public has said. We're saying the public provided 81 names. A small committee of people picked one of those names, and now they seem to be upset that we don't like the name. So there are options, and I think we can do this a little more cordially moving forward. On that, let's call Councillor McCreary sliding in for a second.
Madam Chair, thank you. I would just like to clarify for the benefit of those who perhaps did not hear me clearly. The first part of this asks for a SEPTED analysis, CEPTED. I forget what the alphabet soup is for. Crime prevention through environmental design, okay? That will tell us whether or not we have a space that works and whether we have a space that we can make to work, or whether we simply have introduced an environment for social disorder. The second part of it is asking for a copy of the City of Brantford policy that specifies how parks are named and how park features are named. We have this policy, and I think it would be instrumental for us to be sure that we're following our own darn rules. I don't know what's contentious about that, and I don't know why anybody would not want to see if we followed our own rules, plain and simple. So I would hope that everybody would support this, and I hope I've offered some clarity to those who may have misunderstood, now having repeated it several times for the benefit of folks who perhaps were predisposed to do something else.
Councillor Carpenter.
Second time speaking to this. So I just want some clarity here. So what this resolution does defers the naming of this until we receive any information and have a discussion about the information that's being requested. Is that not clear?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking if the
Oh.
ruling is that by passing these two
Yes,
amendments,
we are
we will
referring.
refer this and delay naming this.
Yes.
Okay, still be voting no against number 2.
So with that, we'll call the vote separately.
So the first amendment is going to be a referral to staff for preparation and receipt, and that staff be directed to conduct a SEPTED analysis study of the parquet site.
Point of clarification. Voting for any one of those would mean a deferral? Referral?
Voting for.
Any one of those.
Yeah,
would
I
be-
mean, I don't know what the point of getting a copy. Well, no, the first one would be a referral to staff. What we're voting on first is referring this back to staff to conduct a SEPTED analysis,
referring the recommendation of the name,
the recommendation, the resolution.
which is referring, recommending of a name.
Yes, everything would
alright, thank you.
refer there, yes.
So I got a point of clarification.
Yeah.
Request. So this is only in reference to 7.5.1, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is, yeah, we have two items here. One is pertaining to the parquet, two is pertaining to the funding, and we are not discussing anything to do with the funding.
Counselor Van Tilburg still looking to speak.
Okay. Have we called the vote? Has the vote happened yet? Let's cancel the vote. Counselor Van Tilburg?
Yeah, what we're hearing is that there's a name before us. It's being brought before us. We as council know that we can approve or disapprove the name or bring in another name. I don't think that's a surprise to anyone. I think what the vote was really about is, are we going to respect the process that we did put in place in order to name this this theater area? Clearly, some want to get the rules to say, yeah, we don't have to do that, and so maybe we shouldn't do that. I'm not sure if I really see the value in that. I would like to see the first clause separated so that we can advance the current name of the park and move on. And I would like to have it so that we can vote for the SEPTED. And I don't know, as it is right now. And I think that's the best thing that we can do for the community. So I'd like to see that clause split. And from what I've seen floated around on the screen, that clause has not been split. And I think it should be.
So I just want to clarify, I think what Counselor Van Tilburg is asking for now is that this amendment be split into three pieces so that the referral is actually a separate vote, and then we'll vote on the SEPTED, and then we'll vote on providing a copy of the city parks naming policy.
So, 3 votes, but we have a referral on the floor. We have a referral, and I think and maybe that's my apologies for letting this veer, but I think we need to deal with the referral. There's been a referral put on the floor. We're going to speak only to the merits of the referral and rein this back in at this point. So let's call the vote on the referral. Okay.
One moment, it's coming up, and the referral carried on a recorded vote of 6-5. Those voting in favor are Mayor Davis, Councilors Sullivan, Councilors Sless, Martin, McCreary, Sicoli. Those opposed, Caputo, Hunt, Samwell, Van Tilburg, and Carpenter.
So now we're going to go back to.
Madam Chair, if I may raise a point of order.
Sure.
The referral sends the whole thing to staff.
So we've called for a separation of the votes. So the referral, the first thing is SEPTED and referring everything. And then the second one will be, as I see it, the providing a copy of the parks naming policy. We're on the same page?
I think that's page 3.
Okay, point of order, that is not the way the referral reads, and I'm looking at it, that it be referred to staff for preparation and receipt of the SEPTED analysis, not the entire.
That this item be referred to staff, this item being the recommendation before you.
Okay, and.
Okay. And then there was a call for us to separate the 2 items.
Okay, so is it possible to have a time frame on when this item is to come back, or is it just referred to staff for a
That's
number?
not traditionally how a referral would work.
Because we're basically gonna send it back to staff and we're gonna ignore the naming.
Sorry, you called a point of order and that's my ruling on the point of order. Would you like me to put you in the queue to speak to the second item, which is the parks naming policy?
No.
Okay, so we'll call the vote on the parks naming policy.
And that amendment carried on a recorded vote of 7-4. All those voting in favor are Mayor Davis, Councillors Sokola, Caputo, McCreary, Hunt, Martin, Sless. All those opposed, Councillor Sullivan, Carpenter, Van Til, Borg, and Samwell.
Okay, moving forward, same item, but it's number 2 in there, which is the funding recommendations for cultural and built heritage grant program. And Councillor McCreary, you asked for that to be separated.
I did, Madam Chair. 7.1.5.1. My inquiry is about the grant that was requested by the Brant Historical Society. It was turned down. Could you give us a brief overview of how that process works and whether or not they were allowed to provide supplementary information so that the grant could be considered?
So prior to hearing from staff, we do have to have a vote to extend the hour as we approach 10 o'clock. Councillor Samwell, you're willing to put that on the floor? Extend it by 30 minutes? Is there a seconder for that? Councillor Slash seconding that. We're gonna call the vote on this.
Question.
Sure.
Could we have an estimation of how many items remain tonight?
I see that we have the one we're talking about, item 7.17, the Brownsfield, and then we have another resolution before us.
Thank you.
We have to- okay. So we'll call the vote on extending the hour by 30 minutes.
Okay, and the motion to extend the hour carried on a recorded vote of 6-5. All those voting in favor are Mayor Davis, Councillor Sokola, Caputo, Hunt, Samwell, Sless. Those opposed, Councillor Sullivan, Martin, Carpenter, Van Til, Borg, and McCreary.
I'll let staff continue with answering the question.
Through the chair, Adrian Briggs, Arts and Culture Coordinator. They were not given another chance as the way the grant is written. They are only allowed to apply once in the lifetime of the organization. And based on the documents they submitted, it was not eligible based on the criteria of the grant.
Sorry, who was the adjudicating body that reviewed?
There,
Staff?
through the chair, there is a external jury that adjudicates the body, and it's made up of different community members.
Super. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, we'll call the vote on this item.
Thank you. And item 7.1.5 carried on a recorded vote of 11-0. All those voting in favor are Mayor Davis, Councillor Sokola, Sullivan, Caputo, Sless, McCreary, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Samwell, and Van Til, Borg.
Beautiful. Mayor Davis, you asked for 7.1.7 to be separated. The floor is yours.
Try and keep it brief, given the late hour, but I did this for 2 reasons. One, it's interesting when you look at, this is an application regarding 40 Helen Ave. It's a property that's a vacant commercial property in West Brant, not being really used for anything. This is a proposal to construct, I believe it's 66 units, housing units, 8 of which will be CMHC affordable, if I'm reading the material correctly. And this is exactly the kind of development that we need. It's infill of a higher density. I realize some people are concerned about density, but the reality is we cannot just simply extend the city linearly, which means like single family housing out in the suburbs, because that's wasteful of land, in particular farmland. What's also interesting, Madam Chair, is the impact it has on the taxes paid for the same parcel of land. Currently, the taxes are $8,616 per year. With this development, the taxes will be $96,454. That's what I was talking about earlier this evening about how development that's more dense ends up adding to our property tax assessment base, which means more property tax revenue coming into the city, which is of benefit to other taxpayers throughout the city and improves the city's financial position, and also to be able to afford to do the kinds of projects people want us to do. What's also interesting about this particular proposal, and I talked to AJ. AJ's here, and I think he wanted to delegate to us, but I wanted to speak to him. Why build this? And he told me that the TIG, that tax increment grant program, we've heard that in other developments and projects. He told me, I wasn't surprised to hear it, absolutely critical to making this project economically feasible. And without it, it would not have been economically feasible. And for the viewers, that's a program where for the first, it's over 10 years, and what you do is you reduce the taxes that are paid on the property, so for example, in year 1, the tax bill doesn't go up $96,000. It goes up. Actually, the first year doesn't go up, but it gradually goes up over 10 years. So at the end of 10 years, the property owner is paying the full taxes. The city benefits because we have a development, a building that would not have otherwise occurred, and we have a property that's being used more appropriately. And over the course of time, we'll pay revenue to the city, and we have an addition to our housing stock, our housing inventory, some of it affordable. So I think it's another excellent example of the wisdom of the previous council pushing forward with the tax increment grant program, and this council continued to support it. It's having the impact that we thought it would. It follows my personal political philosophy, which is you get much more done when you offer carrots than sticks. I think it's been proven time and time again that incentive programs done right and done with reasonably, they can have a very significant impact on how your community grows over time. So that's it. Thanks.
Councillor Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And for the viewing public, community improvement plan areas have to be moved by council and accepted as part of our planning. It goes to the province for approval. Otherwise, it's called bonusing. But we do these things for brownfield areas. We do it for grayfield areas. We do it for other areas for purpose-built housing. Is exactly what we're getting here to encourage the building. And as the mayor said, there's a development in the 4th Ward on Park Road North now that's going ahead for the very same reasons. And as I said earlier, when I brought forward a resolution about development charges, the industry is dying right now. Price of real estate's dropping. People are not working in that industry as much as they need to be, and we need to find ways to boost that industry. And we've already had these ways and that's why these are coming forward. We need to do that in other areas to get more growth. Because as the mayor said, if you get that done now, you're going to get the tax later. And building intensification in areas where we already have services, it lowers our costs and increases our ability to finance things. And that's also a point from Councilor Sullivan made about getting a splash pad in that park nearby where all those children live in that whole area that need that access. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Tilburg?
Yeah, this is success of those programs and some of the changes that they're getting brownfield and grayfield money. It's a minor brownfield, and that's probably why the brownfield money is rather insignificant in compared to what the grayfield funding will be on that project. One of the benefits of it is it does bring what we term affordable housing. It's not as many units as certainly I'd like to see, but it's certainly more than we currently have, and we're going to get a lot of apartments with that. I hope one day that we can clarify a stronger version of affordable housing that's better than 80% of market rate, because market rate and 80% of market rate often is out of what people can afford based on what their paycheck is. But regardless, we need to make this housing stock, and this CIP program with the grayfield method to support the build. It's going to be a benefit to Brantford, and also to the future of Brantford's taxes coming in from that development versus the plot.
Okay, we'll call the vote.
Counselor Sullivan, are you still there? Did I see you drop off? I don't believe he's online, so I'm marking him absent. And that item carried on a recorded vote of 10-0. All those voting in favor are Mayor Davis, or Counselor Sokoli, Caputo, Slash, McCurry, Martin, Hunt, Carpenter, Samuel, and Van Tilburg.
We have one resolution left to address. That's the Bell Homestead. Counselor Samuel, if you wouldn't mind reading all of that and stating your seconder.
All right. Oh, what is it? It's disappearing again. Just give me 1 second. Thank you. Whereas, or moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Van Tilburg, whereas the Bell Homestead National Historic Site celebrated in grand fashion the 150th anniversary of Alexander Graham Bell's invention of the telephone in July 2024, and whereas August 10th, 2026 represents the 150th anniversary of the first successful long-distance phone call that was made between the telegraph offices in downtown Brantford and Paris, Ontario. And whereas the accomplishments of Alexander Graham Bell are deeply connected to Brantford and represent a historical achievement that must be celebrated and recognized. And whereas the staff and volunteers at the Bell Homestead would like to invite the community to put their cell phones away and celebrate this communications milestone. And whereas the 10 tops audio tour highlighting sites and monuments existing and past of the history of the telephone will be unveiled in the fall in tandem with public art for visitors and locals. And whereas the public art piece called Ahoy Ahoy by Julia Zamrozik and Corin Kempster, recognizing the invention of the telephone and the first successful long-distance call, will be unveiled in fall 2026 in Alexandra Park. Now therefore it be resolved that the Council of the City of Brantford celebrate this anniversary by organizing a free family community event on Saturday, August 8th, and an evening ticketed tour and tea on Monday, August 10th, 2026 at the Bell Homestead National Historic Site, alongside other community outreach events, and that the costs associated be with entertainment, advertising and promotion, supplies and refreshments be funded with an upset limit of $2,500 from council priorities. And just to quickly speak to this, this is one of those moments where Brantford's history comes to life. The 150th anniversary, 150 years ago, a simple but extraordinary idea connected two communities in a way the world never had seen before. And it happened here. The legacy of innovation is something to be proud of. And what I love about this is that we're not just recognizing that history. We're creating a space for people to experience it together. This is about community, about families and visitors coming together to celebrate something that started right here in Brantford that changed the world. So let's celebrate it. Thank you.
Seeing no speakers, we'll call the vote.
Item 8.1 carried on a recorded vote of 8-0. All those voting in favor are Councilors Secoli, Caputo, Hunt, Samwell, Van Tilburg, Carpenter, Martin, and Councilor Sluss.
And shout out to the people in council chambers who stayed for the whole thing. This meeting is now